Greetings, brothers and sisters from the four corners of the world. I hope everyone is having a blessed and prosperous day in your respective lands. Okay, so um, in the first one, only a remnant survived. We went over part one, Into the Golden Age. For this part, I know it's called Pilgrim's Progress. And you're probably wondering, what in the world, right? Um, but we will be talking about just that. But first, I wanted to kind of pick up as to where we left off, just just a little bit. Okay, so we'll start really quickly, just a soft kind of review there into the book of Luke. Okay, so this is Luke 26, Luke 26, and or Luke 17 and 26, excuse me. And it reads, "And as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be also in the days of the Son of Man. They did eat, they drank, they married wives, they were given in marriage, until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and the flood came and destroyed them all. And likewise, also, as it was in the days of Lot, that they did eat, they drank, they bought, they sold, they planted, they builded. But the same day that Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and brimstone from heaven, and destroyed them all. Even thus shall it be in the day when the Son of Man is revealed." Now I'm just going to skip here to verse 32. Remember Lot's wife. Hmm. Now the emphasis here, we ended off with kind of, giving a soft understanding of confusion. So during Abraham, Lot, Noah, during their time, it was stated in the book of Genesis, verse 3, 6 and 3, the Most High said, "My spirit shall not always strive with man, for he, for that he is also flesh, yet his days shall be 120." Now we saw how you can see in verse 5 it says, "And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually." So there was a lot of decisions to be made. There was a lot of confusion going on at this time. And I wanted us to go over just one more time this term confusion. This word confusion, as you can see, it means to overthrow, to ruin, to bring disorder and shame. Okay, and it's usually a mingling, giving some truth with some lies. Usually more lies than truth, or truth with lies, right? It's just a blending of what's right and wrong. And then to confuse, to pour together, and so forth and so forth. Perturbation of the mind, uneasiness, confusion, not being able to piece things together. That's the spirit of confusion. Now, I've shared before that it was very important that everyone learn what that word heretic means. In fact, we did it prior to this series, beginning this series. Heretic goes back to heresy, which means your ability to choose. They all give very, very good details in the spiritual, but you just have to be able to put them together. Now, heresy was doctrine or opinion, okay, at a variance, and this means against established standards. So, what we're seeing now is, though, and I don't want anyone to misinterpret what I'm going to say, because I was the one who told you all in the book of Romans, a lot of the pastors that will use this scripture and, excuse me, they will use chapter 13 in Romans to say that people should worship the government. But you see, when you serve the Most High, when your King, your Messiah, your Savior is Christ, you don't need to be up in arms because you understand that your life isn't dictated by a prime minister, by a mayor, by a councilman, a councilwoman, a president, right? You're not, your life's not dictated unless that's who you choose to believe in. So you see the heretics, for example, in the United States, the women are shaving their heads. They're wanting, people are unaliving themselves. People are making concoctions to hurt others. So you see, this has become a territory of choice. Now, for those of you who reside in the US, there's three choices there. There's either you choose the blue side, either you choose the red side, or either you choose the Most High side. But you had to make a choice. And you may wonder why that is. Well, that's where we get into this lesson, right? Pilgrim's Progress. So it's very important to understand that confusion came with when people were disattached from the Most High and when they truly put, the old adage, don't put your eggs all in one basket. When they put all their eggs in one basket, when they believed in government more than God. You find even in the United States, they say they believe guns, government, and God, which is kind of blasphemous because the Most High doesn't like either of those other two. He doesn't like weapons, and he doesn't like governments. Governments always hurt people, whether it be physically, spiritually, mentally, or emotionally. They always have a stronghold on people. And so, for individuals now, you have a choice, right? To be aware and to be knowledgeable with the Most High, or you have a choice to be in confusion. Now, for those who look in the flesh, well, the carnality of things, that is what? Confusion, because you can't understand things in the flesh when all things, the actors behind all these things are the evil spirits, right? So, where does that leave you? It leaves you to choose the spiritual. Now, I'm going to play a video from a part of the clip, okay, from the last, just the short portion here.
So much into past 4 years. I know it's a difficult time. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many.
Now, she said only when it's dark enough. I want to do something really special and show you something. So I'm going to take this screen off. I do apologize, brothers and sisters, for that brief that pause there, as I was missing something that was really crucial to the lesson. I guess it kind of deleted or something, but I was able to get it back. Okay, so let's do this one more time. And so you understand everything is spiritual. Okay?
Thank you so much. You
Not
put so
physical,
much
but
into
spiritual.
the past 4 years. I know it's a difficult time. There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is, only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time, but for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is, let us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light of optimism.
Okay. Now, brothers and sisters, confusion, mixing and mingling. That's what you need to know. But what is true confusion? We went over this was the time of Noah, Abraham, Lot, the forefathers, the foremothers. Now, sisters, keep this in mind. When we sit there and think of the time of Noah, Lot, Abraham, Lot's wife, you have to think of the women too. You have to think of how the women didn't want to listen to her husband. You have to think about how the woman was a bit hard headed, Sarah. She did come to the Most High, right? She was very stubborn. She needed the angel to come and tell the information, right? Because Abraham said, this is what's going to happen. The Most High said so. Understand that all of these things is the spirit today. They're trying to get the women against the men. They're trying to get the women not to believe the men of the Most High. They're trying to get you to believe everything that you see. Right? We are the Noahs of this time. We are the Abrahams of this time. And no, we'll never be as great as them, of course not. Let's put some respect on their name. But what I mean is that we too, right now, are made. We are in the time span of every decision matters. Your communication with the Most High matters. Your understanding matters. Your knowledge matters. What you put time and energy into it matters. So you say, what is confusion? Well, before we get to confusion, we have to go into the Greek apocalypse of Ezra. Okay. Now, keep in mind that this so called vice president, Harris, she was mentioning about what? The darkness and the stars, right? Now, here we see in this is the Greek apocalypse of Ezra, okay, chapter 5. And I'm just going to read a little portion. But it says, and the prophet said, pity, O Lord, the race of Christians. Well, what? What? Now, the race of Christians, a lot of people don't throw nothing at me. I'm only here to offer the truth. Now, I know the book of Acts talks about that it says the apostles were the first Christians, but the term Christian was created. Constantine, never mind. Constantine, Council of Nice. Hmm. Why would a holy text that comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls, because these come from the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, why would a text from the Dead Sea Scrolls, a major prophet, say, pity, O Lord, the race of Christians? Well, what you didn't understand was Christian was a term for Romans. It was a term for Romans, for Edom, Esau. That was a term for Edom. So it's a fairly new term. As you didn't get, Abraham was not a Christian. That's why I tell people this. That is not true. Abraham was not a Christian. Noah was not a Christian. Enoch was not a Christian. Melchizedek was not a Christian. Isaiah was not a Christian. Christ, they didn't even call Christ a Christian, right? They didn't call John a Christian. This was a made up term, just like placing Easter in the scriptures was made up. You go back to the holy days and Leviticus, it's not even there, right? So this was woe to the race of the Idumeans, Edom, Esau, the Romans, the progenitors of the Christian faith. And really, you can see all the all the you can see in this world today that all the religions were made from individuals who pertain from that Roman stock, the Caucasian stock, right? The Mormons, the Jehovah Witnesses, the Baptists, and so forth, the Catholic Church, which was from Constantine, the mother harlot of all Christian religions, and so forth and so forth. So here you have a prophet saying, woe unto pity, O Lord, the race of Christians. And I saw a woman suspended, and four wild beasts were sucking upon her breast. And the angel said to me, she begrudged giving her milk, but also cast infants into the rivers. And I saw terrible darkness and night without stars or moon. And there is neither young nor old, neither brother with brother, nor mother with child, nor wife with husband. And I wept and said, O Lord, Lord, have mercy upon the sinners. Now, isn't it crazy that they're making a movie about sinners? Isn't it crazy how they just put out a new trailer for Mission Impossible, The Final Reckoning? Isn't it crazy how they just put out a new trailer for um, the new Captain America called A Brave New World, where it is the guy with the wings versus a red Hulk that looks like he's from hell. You couldn't make it up. Now here they're using Ezra is using a description darkness and night with no stars. right? Without stars and a moon. And here they're saying, well, it's a really dark time, but let's shine with a brilliant bright stars. This is verbiage for a catastrophic time for sinners. This is a message. This is a message.
of faith, of truth.
Now, when the last time you hear this person talk about God and having faith in something? I've never. I'll listen to it again properly. It's a message.
Years. I know it's a difficult time.
There's an adage an historian once called a law of history, true of every society across the ages. The adage is only when it is dark enough can you see the stars. I know many people feel like we are entering a dark time.
Now, we're entering a dark time with no stars.
But for the benefit of us all, I hope that is not the case. But here's the thing, America, if it is,
And this is referring to America. This is referring to judgment to America.
us fill the sky with the light of a brilliant, brilliant billion of stars. The light, the light of optimism, of faith, of truth.
Of faith, optimism, truth? Christ is the only truth, correct? Well, optimism. Woe to those who say good for evil and evil for good. You don't tell people to look for good when they haven't done good to the Creator. That's setting people up for failure.
And service.
And service, aka works. What are your works? It's telling you that the Most High is looking at optimism. Who's been positive this whole time? Who's been with me? He's looking at the faith and service, which is faith and works. Are you paying? There's a message here. It's going to get dark. It's going to get real dark.
HU.
At first, I thought she said a Jew, but she said HU.
And may that work guide us, even in the face of setbacks, toward the extraordinary promise
What? The extraordinary promise.
of the United States of America.
Now, you know what the promises of America is? It's destruction. So, you see, as a minister, as brothers and sisters, I'm talking to all of you who are listening. You're supposed to be able to coordinate this. You're supposed to see that there's a little mixture, a message of the Most High, and a little scripture in here as well, saying, I promised something for America, and what I promised is coming. I promised that you would be recompense her what you've done. You see, y'all understand it?
Thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. I thank you all.
Ain't never heard her say God bless nothing. Not once. Now let's go back to Ezra's. It's dark. It's night. It's without stars or moon. But what should have caught you is this, brothers and sisters. There is neither young nor old, neither brother or brother, meaning siblings. There's neither mother or child with child. There's neither wife with husband. They understand the scripture says two and two. There was two people, there was two women at the mill. One was two. Never mind. Heretic, heresy, the ability to choose. Now, for us as creation, we get to choose when it's the Most High. He has perfect choice, which is in determination, which is called perfect agency. We have agency when we follow the Most High. Now, you have agency normally if you don't follow the Most High, but that's heresy because you end up straying away from the Most High. So we see something. We see something's weird here. But that's not all though. Because that message came from somewhere. Now I want you to hear this. This is Martin Luther King. And you tell me something here, and we'll break it down together.
Something is happening in our world.
Now remember how it starts, okay? Something is happening in our world.
And you know, if I was standing at the beginning of time with the possibility of taking a kind of general and panoramic view of the whole of human history up to now, and the Almighty said to me, Martin Luther King, which age would you like to live in?
Now, he said, the Almighty, if the Most High asked him, what age would he like to live in? Now, remember, the prophets in the Bible said they wanted to live now, to see the things that's coming. Are you?
I would take my mental flight by Egypt.
I would take my mental flight by Egypt. Remember, Egypt is bondage.
And I would watch God's children in their magnificent trek from the dark dungeons of Egypt through, or rather across the Red Sea, through the wilderness on toward the promised land.
I would watch the children leave bondage, pass the Red Sea in the wilderness to the prom to the promised land. And you're wondering, what the heck does this have to do with Kamala's speech? Just hold on.
And in spite of its magnificence, I wouldn't stop there. I would come on up even to 1863 and watch a vacillating president by the name of Abraham Lincoln finally come to the conclusion that he had to sign the Emancipation Proclamation, but I wouldn't stop there. Strangely enough, I would turn to the Almighty and say, if you allow me to live just a few years in the second half of the 20th century, I will be happy. Now, that's a strange statement to make because the world is all messed up.
The world is all messed up.
The nation is sick.
Nation is sick in the mind.
Trouble is in the land.
Trouble is everywhere in America.
Confusion.
You couldn't make this up. Confusion.
The nation is sick. Trouble is in the land, confusion all around. That's a strange statement. But I know somehow that only when it is dark enough can you see the stars.
Only when it is dark enough you can see the stars.
And I see God working in this period.
Now, now it gets creepy. You know why? Because if you're sitting there saying, man, that's pretty deep. She used something from Martin Luther King. If you've done your research, you understand what he was a part of. So I'm not supporting any person who's against the Most High. Never. What I am sharing is you're probably thinking, why? Okay. She was at a historical black college. Yeah, 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 whatever. Right? HU, Howard University, right? In the United States. But no, why give such a speech and talk about it being dark? Talk about that it would be the benefit of you all not to be in darkness. Do you know why? Because the Bible told us why. The Bible told us, the Bible told us, to everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. Now you go to verse 15 of Ecclesiastes 3, and we can even start from verse 13. And also that every man should eat and drink and enjoy the good of all his labor. It is the gift of God. I know that whatsoever God doeth, it shall be forever. Nothing can be put to it, nor anything taken from it. And God doeth it, that men should fear before him. That which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been. And God require that which is past. Which means if she's referring to Martin Luther King and saying that things are bad, and he was originally, because you got to go off of the original source, that means the United States is headed for a civil war. Keep in mind, keep in mind who gave this speech and what time they were in giving the speech. Then you'll understand. So, for those of you in America, that civil war that they were talking about is coming. And it's going to be ugly. It's going to be ugly. Now, you may not think so, but let me go ahead and show you something. Let me go ahead and show you the reality, oh America. Let me I need to show you the reality. So you understand how you look from outside the United States. Okay? I want to show you sincerely. Second. And I got one more. I need y'all to see this one. No, I need y'all to see this one. Let me go back. And give a Special shout out to a sister who shared this with me. I want to show you something. What the other nations are saying about you. And that the other nations, they're aware. But are you? That's the question. But are you? Now, we'll start with we'll start with this. So this is what many people saw during the Donald Trump coverage, so to speak. The RNC stands for Republican National Convention. Now, if you're intelligent, and I know that you all are, you understand this says Novus Ordo Seclorum, which means New World Order. Okay, same thing that Elon Musk put on his profile picture on Twitter or X, whatever you call it, with Donald Trump. Then in Israel, they said front page Trump. He's going to stop the wars. And a compilation of others, right? And I need you to understand that this is far from normal. But you see, this is, for the most part, well, this is Kenya, Australia, right? And like I said, shout out to the sister. She said, she shared with me. And I said, whoa, she's in the UK. She said, you see what's happening? She shared this. I said, can I use it? She said, no problem. This is the article I saw she shared with me. Thank you, sister. Trump promises golden age after sweeping Harris aside. World brace for radical agenda on migration and trade. The world is bracing. His return is a journey into the unknown. It's the front page paper, UK Times. American dread. Now, you know what dread means, right? To fear very much. Be in shrinking apprehension or expectation of. Dread means to fear. Counsel or advised against. Great fear, apprehension. Oh, buddy. Apprehension, anxiety, or fear that something bad or unpleasant will happen. And we're all feeling that, aren't we? It's like they're telling you right in your face. This is the UK Guardian. This is France. The spectacular comeback. Germany. There he is again. I think this is Spain, if I'm not mistaken. Could be wrong. Italy, excuse me. I'm back. Spain. Trump returns with full power. Belgium. And now, as if they're waiting for something. Ireland. Trump storms to power. New York Post, he's done it again. U.S. Star, Hawaii, San Fran, it's a time to unite. Now, you know, when they say unite, that means it's a time to separate. He came in there with his foot to the door saying, I'm separating families. Mexico, all the power. I mean, do you see what's happening? Oh, did they freeze us? Uh, do, do, do you do you see what's happening? Hmm. And let me pause the screen real quick one last time for now because I want to show you the worst one. It seemed like my downloading skills are not so hot today as far as getting these things. Oh, here we go. Of course, the European. I apologize for that. Trying to do my best to look for things. The European. Now, if you were in the U.S., I would if I was in the U.S., I would like to know what other nations are saying. What do they see from the outside? Right? Kind of makes sense. Check this out. This is the New European. It says the end with a gun to the Statue of Liberty. This is the New European cover from November 8th, 2024 to November 13th for an entire week. Just about. Trump wins, the world loses, the end. What is it that's happening? Isn't that spirit of confusion? Everyone seems to be, oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? I said, oh my, most high. I'm telling you right now, for those in the US, you've seen it, whatever you want to call it, predictive programming. Hey, by this time, you just really say, okay, the Most High is trying to show me something. Because what else can you say? What else can you say? Can you know, I'm a bit confused for people. What else can you say? And then shout out to the brother, and his wife. They shared with me that now they're doing something called to aqua tofana. China do poisons on people. Where do you think you go from this, Babylon, America? Where do you think you go from this? There's nowhere good here to go. There's nowhere good to go. All right, now let's journey a little bit more. Fourth book of Ezra, chapter 5. I'll read this whole chapter. Signs approaching the times. It reads, signs of the approaching end of the age. Now concerning the signs, behold, the days are coming when those who dwell on earth shall be seized with great terror, and the way of truth shall be hidden, and the land shall be barren of faith. Now, is anyone paying attention that this demon mentioned truth and faith? Anyone notice that they're mentioning key parts of prophecy? Meaning that your faith is going to be tested. The truth in what you believe is going to be tested. And you see, this is where we make ministers great again. This is where you make the watchman great again, right? You know why? Because I'm so sick and tired of people saying, this is my truth. And your truth is going to be tested. And I remember saying years ago, the Most High is going to show everyone what he thinks of you. Didn't I just say that? I said, the Most High, you be careful. That's why I've always been drilling into your heads and your heart and your mind. Brothers and sisters, get your relationship together. Do more, do more, do more, do more. Because when the Most High says enough, I've seen enough from you, that's it. You don't get to say, oh, Most High, I beg you. You know, I had this going on. I had to. And that's why I shared with you guys in the other verses. In the first portion, the excuses, right? Most High is not dealing with no excuses anymore. It reads, and unrighteousness shall be increased beyond what you yourself see and beyond what you heard of formerly. So if you think things are going to get bad now, or excuse me, if you think things were bad before, you got no idea. Let me show you. For those of you who are tight on finances, as everyone is in the world, there are just some things that you cannot prepare for. There are just some things that you can't prepare for. There are some things you can't prepare for. There was there was an article I had. Man, seem to have gotten a lot of articles that you're seeing me take off the screen, you guys, a lot because for some reason my computer's been acting funny this past week and a half. So kind of like restarted and all my tabs are gone. So bear with me, please. I do thank you for your patience. Lee. All right, boom. Here we go. Praise the Most High. He is wonderful all the time. So, if you think that it's going to be an easy road, I'm telling you about a golden promise, a golden age. Golden age is only for those who serve the Most High. Recompense is coming. United Nations. Secretary General warns of unprecedented global hunger crisis. Food insecurity calling for export recovery debt relief. Now we know that 276 million people is not global. It's not like what they did with the jib jab. But we do know when we are intelligent, as we are, because the Holy Spirit makes us intelligent with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We do go back to the book of Ezekiel, chapter 7, and we understand that they said it would be the end, right? And then they said that there would be certain things to occur. Oh, let me get that, right? There would be there would be the plague. There would be the destruction. There would be the famine. All these things would come, and people were going to sit there and continue. Oh, peace, peace. When all these things come, and it's just one after another. See that? Excuse me. It's right here. The sword is without, and pestilence. So we went through the so-called pestilence, and I told you this was backwards. First, it would be pestilence. You get the people sick. Then it would be famine through inflation and lack of food production. And then they're coming with the sword. You can't fight off a healthy people. You can't knock numbers with healthy individuals. Pestilence first, famine, then sword. hmm That's what's next. Don't believe me? Let's continue. Right here, leaked UN conference footage confirms that there's plans for a manufactured global famine 2025. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's coming. You see that is all in there. Hey, they coming. Hmm. But you see, they keep saying it's a golden age. It's a golden age. It's a golden age. And more wickedness will be increased. Going back to the scriptures, unrighteousness be increased beyond what you yourself see. Now, check this out, right? Let's go into some of those things. What unrighteousness is going on? Hmm, Let's let's start. Okay, let's start with mm, this one here.
Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children. Can you believe this? I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. I will declare that any hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare and will be terminated from the program immediately. Furthermore, I will support the creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures on minor children. The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. We will also investigate whether Big Pharma or others have illegally marketed hormones and puberty blockers, which are in no way licensed or approved for this use. My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations for sex discrimination and the elimination of federal funding. As part of our new credentialing body for teachers, we will promote positive education about the nuclear family, the roles of mothers and fathers, and celebrating rather than erasing the things that make men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth. The bill will also make clear that Title IX prohibits men from participating in women's sports, and we will protect the rights of parents from being forced to allow their minor child to assume a gender which is new and an identity without the parents' consent. The identity will not be new, and it will not be without parental consent. No serious country should be telling its children that they were born with the wrong gender, a concept that was never heard of in all of human history. Nobody's ever heard of this, what's happening today. It was all when the radical left invented it just a few years ago. Under my leadership, this madness will end. Thank you very much.
That's one. I only have three of those today. And I think let's see.
Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, are assigned at birth. The bill consent. The identity will not be new. It was all when the radical left invented.
Excuse me, just trying to fast forward it to the second and third.
Thank you very much. The World Health Organization has become nothing more than a corrupt globalist scam paid for by the United States but owned and controlled by China.
Wait, stop. The World Health Organization, you created Operation Warp Speed. Now you guys are turning on them saying that you didn't want them to impose global jib jabs all over the world. Well, that's what you did. Now you're telling us it's corrupt. No offense to anyone who may do this job, but he sounds like a car salesman. He's a smooth operator. He's a good liar.
When the China virus reached our shores 3 years ago, the World Health Organization disgracefully covered the tracks of the Chinese Communist Party every single step of the way. For this reason, it was my great honor to terminate America's relationship with the World Health Organization. The United States was paying the World Health Organization almost $500 million a year. When I dropped out, I took it out of there. And for 330 million people, even though China was paying only $40 million for 1.4 billion people. So we had 330, they have 1.4, and we're paying more than 10 times the amount. That's typical for the United States because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Unfortunately, crooked Joe Biden foolishly re-entered the World Health Organization at the full price and without any negotiations or reforms. And now Biden is pushing to bypass the United States Senate to enter a pandemic treaty that would surrender American sovereignty to the World Health Organization, again controlled by China. The draft treaty would require the United States to send vast quantities of medical supplies to other countries in the event of another pandemic, and it would push aggressive censorship of free speech on issues of public health, just like they censored the truth about the Wuhan lab, which I said that's where it came from, remember. Under the next Trump administration, that treaty will be immediately terminated. I would not allow public health to be used as a pretext to advance the march of global government. That's what they're doing, globalists. The United States will withdraw from the corrupt World Health Organization, which, in light of its utter failure on COVID, they had a tremendous disaster on
Remember, the United States created it. But then, never mind.
COVID, deserves to be completely abolished and replaced. Then I will work to forge a new coalition of nations that are strongly committed to protecting health while also upholding sovereignty and freedom. I want to thank you very much, but I also want to say this. I could have renegotiated the deal. I could have gone into the World Health Organization for $25 million. Biden didn't take that deal. He's paying almost $500 million. They were so anxious to get the United States back after I terminated the agreement. They were so anxious to get it back that they offered me a deal, $25 to $30 million. And I said, no, I'll wait. Could have gotten it for less, but I didn't want less at that point. We were paying almost $500 million. Could have done it for 25 to 30. Biden took the 500, almost the $500 million deal. He knew he could have gotten back in for less. So why did he pay so much? But that's just one of many things that are wrong with our country. Thank you very much. Joe Biden and the defund the police Democrats have turned our once great cities into cesspools of bloodshed and crime. There's never been anything like it. Here's my plan to restore law and order in our cities.
Here we go. Remember, I said Civil War.
And throughout our country, frankly. First, because police forces have been gutted by Democrats' war on police, I will sign a record investment in hiring, retention, and training for police officers nationwide. So important. This bill will also increase vital liability protections for officers because the Democrats want to take those protections away from our police because we want them to do their jobs and we want them to do their jobs right. You can't take their protections away if you're going to have them do their jobs properly. Second, to qualify for this new funding and all other Justice Department grants, I will insist that local jurisdictions return to proven common sense policing measures, such as stop and frisk.
Now, you stop right there. If you lived in the United States, or if you're living in the United States, you know how bad this can be. You know how bad this is because stop and frisk allowed you to pull over anyone and just touch them to assume that they were doing something wrong or carrying something because of how they looked, what they wore, and many officers usually planted things upon people that they searched. They just had to find the right target to make it look believable. Run.
Very simple. You stop them and you frisk them, strictly enforcing existing gun laws against convicted felons, cracking down on the open use of illegal drugs, and cooperating with ICE to get criminal aliens off our streets and get them out of our country. Third, we will go after the radical Marxist prosecutors who are abolishing cash bail, refusing.
Uh, if you don't know about cash bail, it does give some people the ability to get out and prove themselves in some sense. Um, but it is a very dirty business because if you cannot provide let's say they usually do, I think, 10% of the amount, right? So let's say if a judge says, "Oh, your bail will be at 100,000, you just have to pay 10,000 to get out of jail." And if you can't afford 10,000, though you may be innocent, you have to stay in jail. Oh, it's going to get so bad. Now remember, there's liability for police officers, so what they say go. I'm wondering if cameras, because you know police officers wear cameras now, I'm wondering if that is going to be taken off of them to give them protection. It's a possibility, maybe. Maybe I'm crazy.
To charge crimes and surrendering our cities to violent criminals. They have surrendered like never before. I will direct the DOJ to open civil rights investigations into radical left prosecutors' offices, such as those in Chicago, LA, and San Francisco, to determine whether they have illegally engaged in race based enforcement of the law. I will also work with Congress to give the victims of their Marxist policies the right to sue local officials for harm and suffering, and it has been great that they have caused.
Now, does that mean you can sue police officers now individually? I don't know. I don't think so, though.
If your small business is pillaged because shoplifting goes unpunished, if you're brutally attacked by a violent felon released without bail or bond, then you will be entitled to massive damages. Fourth, I will order the Department of Justice, or some people call it the Department of Injustice right now, and Homeland Security dismantle every gang, street crew, and drug network in America. Every single one of them will be dismantled. We already know where these turf wars and drug dens are. We know who the people are. And we're going to charge them and charge the culprits with every crime that we can find. We're going to be fair, but we're going to be tough. We also need the death penalty for drug dealers. So
Oh, my goodness. There you go. So, Kamala used to, and I told you prosecution was coming, persecution. No matter what, persecution is coming. Kamala used to put people in prison. This man said, give them the death penalty. But rapists don't even get the death penalty. Pedophiles don't get the death penalty. But drug dealers do. I'm not condoning drugs. Drugs is bad. It's sorcery. It's witchcraft. No one should be selling things to anybody. That's evil. But the death penalty? Maybe fentanyl, yeah. Yeah, we could see that. That is real bad. Now, what happens with all the smoke shops in the United States? What happens with all the cannabis stores in the United States? What happens where the police now can stop and frisk you? And well, the president said, well, because I have liability, I can stop and frisk you. I can sit outside the marijuana shop, and as soon as you come out, I can say you have drugs. Will the people who have the marijuana stores will they be held as drug dealers? I mean, technically they are, right? What happens? Hmm. Let's see. Any more?
important. And I'd add to that human traffickers, drug dealers, and human traffickers.
Now. Human traffickers. Okay. I'm cool with that because that's downright sick. That is downright sick. Taking someone's life away, taking someone's child away, their mother, their daughter, their son. niece, nephew, grandchild. That's just downright evil. But selling drugs, I think that's worse than putting someone in prison. Because at least in prison, you can beg the Most High for forgiveness. But when you're dead, you're dead.
They get the death penalty. Watch it stop and stop quickly. Fifth, in cities where there has been a complete breakdown of law and order, where the fundamental right of our citizens are being intolerably violated, I will not hesitate to send in federal assets, including the National Guard.
Mobilizing the National Guard against your own citizens. Well, you give the police full immunity, which means you would give the National Guard immunity against the citizens that they're living amongst every day. Do you not think this will start a civil war?
Until safety is restored. If Nancy Pelosi would have accepted our National Guard or our soldiers, you wouldn't have had January 6th. But she and the mayor of D.C. didn't do that. Sixth, we will end the leftist takeover of school discipline and juvenile justice.
School discipline and juvenile just wait. Now he's talking about kids now. Let's pay attention. If you got young teenagers in school, turn up the volume.
Many of these carjackers and criminals are 13, 14, and 15 years old.
So I want you to understand when Satan gives you a number, he's going to look for that number. 13 years old, middle school. Going out of 14 years old, sometimes middle school, mostly high school. They're coming for the middle school children. Pay close attention. Let's run it back.
Horribly violated. I will not hesitate to send in federal assets, including the National Guard, until safety is restored. If Nancy Pelosi would have accepted our National Guard or our soldiers, you wouldn't have had January 6th. But she and the mayor of D.C. didn't do that. Sixth, we will end the leftist takeover of school discipline and juvenile justice. Many of these carjackers and criminals are 13, 14, and 15 years old. I will order the education and justice departments to overhaul federal standards on disciplining minors.
Oh my gosh. Federal charges for children. That's 15 years plus. Federal charges for children? It's a little crazy. I'm just saying.
So when troubled youth are out in control, they're out on the streets and they're going wild, we will stop it. The consequences are swift, certain, and strong, and they will know that. Seventh, I will protect the right of self defense everywhere it is under siege.
Okay, now. Self defense. Oh my. Okay, let's see.
And I will sign concealed carry reciprocity. Your Second Amendment does not end at the state line. In addition, I will, of course, fully secure the border, dramatically increase interior enforcement, and wage war on the cartels.
No. Second Amendment. Open conceal carry. Just FYI, he's saying that everyone of age in every state will be able to carry a gun. America, Babylon, you are in grave danger. And they're going to pass these things so people can take their frustration out on one another. And then they're going to bring in the government and they're going to give you the sledgehammer. Time is running out.
We have never had a border so secure as it was just 2 years ago, and now our border is the worst anywhere in the world and possibly of all time. There's never been a country that allowed to happen what's happening in the United States right now, where millions of people are pouring across our borders. They come from mental institutions, they come from the prisons, they're all being let out so they can come into the United States. They're poisoning our country. We will also take back our streets from the homeless, the drug addicted, and the mentally ill.
Now remember, I shared with you, he said the tent cities take back as if they have a choice to be there. No one's helped them. And then you have the drug dealers and who are really keeping people homeless by giving them drugs, right?
I will discuss those plans in much more detail very soon. That is how I will bring back public safety to America. I want to thank you. We're going to make America great again, and we're going to make America safe again. Thank you.
Well, well, well. Oh, Babylon. Oh, Babel, the land of confusion. And beyond what you heard of formerly, in the land which you now see ruling shall be waste and untrodden, and men shall see it desolate. But if the Most High grants that you live, you shall see it thrown into confusion. Thrown into confusion after the third period. And the sun shall suddenly shine forth at night, and the moon during the day, and blood shall drip from wood, and the stone shall utter its voice, and the peoples shall be troubled, and the stars shall fall. Because they keep making that reference to darkness and stars, right? Hmm. And one shall reign whom those who dwell on the earth did not expect. Hmm, kind of interesting, eh? Now, I would like to share something before we continue. I want to share what this is known as. And this will obviously come to everyone, but you can see that the problems are really geared towards the what they used to call minority groups, right? Because obviously they're a majority now. Yeah. So a beautiful thing called Jacob, Jacob trouble. And why do I say it's beautiful? Because out of Jacob's trouble, the children of Israel will recognize who was wrong and who was right. The children of Israel will recognize where they stand with the Most High. Now, let's get into it a little. And this is a little off course, but it all goes into the confusion, right? Now, for thus saith the Lord, we have heard a voice, trembling of fear and not of peace. Ask ye now and see whether a man doeth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Now, this was something against men. The persecution, I told you, was against men because it referred to a man being with child, but it's not possible. But it it compared that man to the woman in travail, which means that Jacob's trouble is about the persecution of men of Israel. Alas, for the day is great, so there that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. Now you know Jacob is Israel. It's a man. Going back to the comparison, a woman. It's not a woman. But he shall be saved out of it. And it shall come to pass that in that day, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke off from thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. Now this is about a release. Full stop. Full stop. We'll stop there. We'll stop there. Okay. And we'll come back. Because I don't want to, but I wanted to introduce Jacob's trouble. Going back to 4th Ezra. It says, and one shall reign whom those who dwell on the earth did not expect. And the birds shall fly away together, and the sea of Sodom shall cast up fish. And one that many did not know shall make his voice heard by night, and all shall hear his voice. And there shall be chaos in many places, and fire shall often break out, and wild beasts shall roam beyond their haunts, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters. And salt waters shall be found in the sweet, and all friends shall conquer one another. Then shall reason hide itself. Then shall reason hide itself. Then shall reason hide itself. What does that do? And wisdom shall withdraw into its chambers. That's creating a state of confusion. And it shall be sought by many, but shall not be found. That's called what? Famine of the truth. And unrighteousness and restraint shall increase on the earth. And one country shall ask its neighbor, has righteousness or anyone who does right passed through you? They understand the Most High is going to seclude his people from dangers. Are you getting this? It says the answer will be no. And at that time men shall hope but not obtain. They shall labor, but their way shall not prosper. These are the signs which I am permitted to tell you, and if you pray again and weep as you do now, and fast for 7 days, you shall hear yet greater things than these. Brothers and sisters, um, um, I'm telling you, okay? I'm telling you, it's very important. It's very important. It's very important to get yourselves together. I'm going to chapter 16. Now, chapter 16. Woe to you, Babylon and Asia. Woe to you, Egypt and Syria. Gird yourselves with sackcloth and haircloth, and wail for your children, and lament, for your destruction is at hand. The sword shall be sent upon you. Who is there that can turn it, that there to turn it back? Fires been sent upon you, and who is there to quench it? Calamities have been sent upon you, and who is there to drive them away? Can one drive off a hungry lion and then form in the forest? Now I want you to understand. I shared with you all that Yemen, in the land of, they call it Aden, but it's Eden, Told you they were making weapons called calamity. I told you everything in the spiritual will come to the physical. They have weapons aimed at Israel, the physical Israel, called calamity. Now the Most High is going to send calamity to the real children of Israel. I told you, both will be judged at the same time. Prophecy is happening simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. And who is he? Who is there to drive them away? Can one drive off a hungry lion in forest or quench the fire in stubble when once it has begun to burn? See, when it's already sent out, it's already sent out. That's it. Could one turn back an arrow shot by a strong archer? The Lord God sends calamities, and who will drive them away? Fire will go forth from his wrath, and who is there to quench it? He will flash lightning, and who will not be afraid? He will thunder, and who will not be terrified? The Lord will threaten, and who will not be utterly shattered at his presence? The earth and its foundations quake. The sea is churned up from the depths, and its waves, and the fish also shall be troubled at the presence of the Lord and before the glory of his power. For his right hand that bends the bow is strong, and his arrows that he shoots are sharp and will not miss when they begin to shoot to the ends of the world. Behold, calamities are sent forth, and shall not return until they come over the earth. The fire is kindled and shall not be put out until it consumes the foundations of the earth, just as an arrow shot by a mighty archer does not return, so the calamities that are sent upon the earth shall not return. Alas for me, who will deliver me in those days? Now remember, I also shared in the lesson as well the war on the true promise. Netanyahu said this is the beginning of the end, beginning of sorrows. When there shall be much lamentation, the beginning of famine, preparing for next year, you see that? When many shall perish, so people will perish because of the food. The beginning of wars, when the power shall be terrified, and we see this now. So none of this was in order, by the way. So we saw this starting with the Ukraine war, right? And then there's Israel, Hamas, Hezbollah, Iraq, Syria, and Iran. Then you're getting ready to see Taiwan and China, North Korea and South Korea. And when the powers shall be terrified, the beginning of calamities, when all shall tremble. What shall they do in these circumstances? When the calamities come, behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for the correction, for the correction, for the correction of men. That means if this affects you, Most High is talking to you. But you see, the problem is, and you kind of feel bad because the problem is people think that they have a little penny saved up, that means that the Most High loves them. That means that they wouldn't have famine because they have some money saved. Well, you see, your faith is then determined in money because you know when you can recognize how much the Most High loves you, when you understand the value of I cannot live by bread alone, but by the word of the Most High. And you'll understand when inflation raises all over the world again, you'll understand how much the Most High loves you. And some people also regret, why didn't I take this seriously? Why didn't I take this seriously? It says, yet for all this they will not turn from their iniquities, nor will nor be always mindful of the scourges. Behold, provisions will be so cheap upon the earth that men will imagine that peace is assured for them, and then calamity shall spring upon the earth. Now, when I tell you this is what Donald Trump is doing to you guys in America, they're going to sit there and tell you, they're going to sit there and tell you things are going to get better. This is what they're doing. So get ready. When Trump gets in office, I guarantee prices in food and clothing will drop. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Watch. Just watch. And so help you. You better get everything you need, and that 2025 is not a time to joke around. I want you to understand. I want you to understand. It's not a time to joke around. It is your last opportunity. Look how fast the world is moving. We are almost in December. Good grief. It says, and then, we'll go it again, provision shall be so cheap, will be so cheap upon the earth that men will imagine that peace is assured for them. Then calamities will spring upon the earth. Now, this is backwards, I told you. Great confusion, famine, and then sword. You can't strike a healthy people. For many of those who live on earth shall perish by famine. So this is simultaneous, and those who survive the famine shall die by the sword. See that? This is backwards. They're not going to strike a healthy people. That means you had to stay healthy and remain healthy through the famine so that you can endure until the end. Because we're almost here. They already did the pestilence. Some people say they won't do it again. Hey, they may do it in parts of the world, not in every part. But the famine is what's happening. And the dead shall be cast out like dung, and there shall be no one to counsel them. For the earth shall be left desolate, and its cities shall be demolished, and no one shall be left to cultivate the earth or to sow it. The trees shall bear fruit, and who will gather? The grapes shall ripen, and who will tread them? For in all places there shall be great solitude. One man will long to see another, or even to hear his voice, for out of a city 10 shall be left, out of a field 2 who have hidden themselves in the thick groves and clefts in the rocks, as in the olive orchard, and 3 and 4 olives may be left on every tree. Or as when a vineyard is gathered, some clusters may be left by those who search it carefully through the vineyard. So in those days 3 or 4 shall be left by those who search their houses with the sword. So this was an occupation, a war zone, a militarization. Now, what does this mean? Does this mean you and me are going to perish and we would be the only ones left in the cities? No. This means that the Most High would make an end of all unrighteousness, all the people, and there would be people left in each region. Okay. That's why you get in the book of Revelation, there shall be a multitude of nations with the elect, right? Because if there was only 3 or 4 people left, you couldn't get a million, could you? You couldn't get a multitude of people. You couldn't. This is referring to those who were wanting to sit and stay in their house. Because check this out, right? This is where you doomsday preppers die. because you're going to think that you have everything. They're going to ransack all. You cannot kill, and you cannot, get rid of, excuse me, 100, 200 people, and you're just one person. It's not happening. Remember what they show in the movies when people are hungry. That's just a movie. People are going to put their heads together for evil, and they are going to topple you. Sitting there telling me, I'm gonna ride this one out. You're gonna ride nothing out. You're gonna follow those scriptures. You're gonna follow those scriptures. I don't know if you noticed, but you sit there and look at the book of Eli, right? He understood it was dangerous, and he was blind. He couldn't see. He had no idea where he was going. He just had faith. You understand? In these apocalyptic movies, there's always one thing in common. No one's able to stay put in one place. You ever notice that? You ever notice how the people who stay put in one place never survive? I mean, you look at Walking Dead. They tried to stay in one place and it always got overthrown, right? Showing you that preppers, doomsday preppers, these are the most ignorant people. And there's nothing wrong with prepping, but to sit in one place, you're giving hundreds of people ample time to sit there and come against you and prepare. And you've seen The Walking Dead was all about the end. It had nothing to do with necessarily zombies. It had to do with giving people the mindset of how to overthrow one another when things hit the fan. Think about it. And the earth shall be left desolate, and its fields shall be for briars, and its roads and all its paths shall bring forth thorns, because no sheep will go along them. Virgins shall mourn because they have no bridegrooms. Women shall mourn because they have no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn because they have no helpers. And I know it's quite crazy because at this point you're having witchcraft and women really come against men like no other time. And I would implore our sisters out there. I know you guys follow the Most High, and if you're new and you're thinking about follow the Most High, I hope you do. But do understand that all of this is for a reason. Obviously, Satan understands that the Most High is about to show the value of men. He's about to show the value of men. Because here's my thought, right? Do you think in the United States, you know why there'll be a civil war? Do you think they're just going to let you deport people? Do you think that these gangs are going to let you deport their family and their loved ones? They're going to fight you back. And more than likely, you're going to have a very big problem. Why? Because gangs are going to actually say, you know what? Let's just get together and fight against them. We have a common purpose. We want to save our families, right? And then obviously they'll turn on each other at the end. But for the most part, you're going to see these things. That's what they never show in movies or in real life, how gangs unite. But they've been doing this probably since Donald Trump first got in office. Oh, it's going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty. It says their bridegrooms shall be killed in war, and their husbands shall perish in famine. Why would that be? Because the man is going to give the food to the women. food to the children, food to the elderly. This is something that I thank the Most High so much for having the experience of living in Africa and the Middle East because you understand what it's like to go without things for days. Basic things like we're not talking about TV, we're not talking about internet. Obviously, those things go out. We're talking about water. We're talking about a toilet. We're talking about drinking water, bathing water. We're talking about cooking water. We're talking about heat. We're talking about lights. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about going without clothes. Some things that people in Europe and the United States and different countries, well-off countries, that you know nothing about. When these things hit the fan, you're talking about they done got you on National Geographic watching Doomsday Preppers as if you're going to sit in one position. What part of endure don't you get? What part of Christ said, if you run out of your home and you drop something, that's it. Kiss it goodbye. It's gone. I'm aware as a minister, a lot of people not going to make this. You probably wondered why I called this lesson the Pilgrim's Progress. Because we're going to get to see who's the real pilgrim. And yes, I will show you how this all turns out into two ways. Right now, as you guys know, I like to end lessons for the most part with a positive. And we will end this lesson with a positive. This part is for those who chose not to be the pilgrim. Not. So think of this, right? I'm traveling all over the world. I'm traveling, pit stop here, ministering here, trying to save people. And everywhere I go, the Most High tries to get me to say, hey, come on, this journey of the remnant. We're moving, we pilgrims. We're going to come to you for a little bit, speak the word. Come to you for a little bit, speak the word. You ready to go? Help you out if we can. Let's roll. So many people in the world just and watch what I say. Watch what excuse me, not watch what I say. Watch what the scriptures say. It's going to get so calm. The inflation's gonna go down. They just got you in the two arms. Okay, no more crying, little baby. Here's a little milk. Here you go. Here you go. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. All right. All right. Just rocking you right back, rocking you right back. As if a few months ago they wasn't talking about deporting people. As if a few months ago the women wasn't talking about killing you. As if a few months ago you wasn't at odds with one another because of a vote. Oh, the times is coming. The times is coming. It reads, listen now to these things, and understand them, O servants of the Lord. Behold, the word of the Lord, receive it. Do not disbelieve what the Lord says. Behold, the calamities draw near and are not delayed, just as a woman with child in the ninth month, when the time of her delivery draws near, has great pains about her womb for 2 or 3 hours beforehand. That's those contractions, right? So the Most High is sitting there saying, if you look at the beauty of when a woman gives birth, she can tell through her body, through those contractions. She starts to feel the pain gets tighter and tighter and tighter and harder, right? Until she's like, oh, it's time to go, right? That's exactly what it is. Now, understand through those contraction points, a woman, they'll have those contractions and then they'll go, okay, ooh, praise the Most High. I don't feel those pains anymore, right? And then they'll come right back up again a little bit later, right? That's exactly what's going to happen. And it's going to catch people off guard. That's what the Most High is saying. You can understand how a woman gives birth. You can understand how troubles will happen. Pay attention. It says there will not be a moment's delay, so the calamities will not delay in coming forth upon the earth, and the world will groan, and pains will seize it on every side. Hear my words, O my people, prepare for the battle, and in the midst of the calamities be like strangers, which is pilgrims. And that's going back to the second Ezra 16 and 40, same thing. Let me just go ahead and show y'all that for any newcomers. Welcome if you're new. Welcome if you're not. All right, that's second Ezra 16 and 40, same thing, right? Prepare, 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 prepare. Make you ready for the battle. And let him that sells be like the one who will flee. And let him that buys be like the one who will lose. Let him that does business like one who will not make a profit. And let him that builds a house be like one who will not live in it. Let him that sows be like one who will not reap. And so also him that prunes the vines like one who will not gather the grapes. And them that marry like those who will not have no children. And them that do not marry like those that are widowed. Because of those who labor in vain. For strangers shall gather their fruits and plunder their goods and overthrow their houses and take their children captive. And in captivity and famine they will beget their children. Whoa. Captivity and famine. So remember, at the same time, there's going to be wars where they seek to take children because they'll be the only ones left alive. And famine, because mothers will give up their children so they don't go hungry. And you know why they would give up their children? Because they weren't focused on the Most High. Now, you see, what's beautiful about the Most High is if you look at the story of Joseph, Joseph prepared a people for 7 years, right? Even longer than that, more than that. Was it 14 years? 7 years bad, 7 years good, right? You just had to listen. Most people couldn't even listen for an hour. Most people couldn't even listen to ministers for a day. They'd just be like, man, that was a good lesson. All right. Well, tomorrow comes. Oh, man, I get back to what I was doing. I'm my grind. And you never heard a minister say this, but I'll be the first minister to say this publicly because I know other ministers out there think this. But when people listen to my lessons and people listen to anyone else's lessons about preparing, and they twist it in their little brain to think about it like something else. I'm just sitting there and saying, Most High, I did not teach that. You know what I'm saying? Where people will say, oh, well, we got to do this. And I never said, I said, prepare to get yourself together with the Most High. I said, prepare, build a relationship. Now, during the jib jab time, I did say, if you can, stock up because people were fighting for groceries and different things. Well, there's things that you can do now, but you always have to keep in that mind that I'm going to lose all of this. Do you understand that the scripture says he who sells is he who will run away, who will flee? Let him that sells be like one who will flee, but him that buys be the lose. Because the more you buy, they got you thinking about, watch, they're going to have discounts, all kinds of cool stuff in the United States. They're going to have all these things that make you want to stay. If you ever seen the movies Pilgrim Progress, which I named after this lesson, watch it. My goodness. And there was this one point where he came to the carnival and they put them to the judge, right? They put them to the judge because they wouldn't have a good time like everyone else. They just wanted to pass by. So they don't want to have fun with us. They just want to be here and live their life, right? Don't get put to sleep. See, the Most High, and we have to understand as believers that the Most High said faith with work. So if you sell things and you may not have all the finances to make moves, you don't think the Most High is going to see your effort? You don't think He's going to take care of the rest? That's the problem with people. That's the problem with people, especially in the U.S., especially with people in Europe and different places, more accessible places, I should say, because they get a good job, because they get paid every 2 weeks, or some people get paid every 2 weeks, some people get paid once a month. They think that's a God giving them the job. But God giveth and God taketh away. And some people would be the same people crying because God took it away, not realizing that God took things away to keep you safe. Some people have no idea who the Most High is. It's sad. That's why Ezra always said, whoa, 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 whoa. Those who conduct business do it only to be plundered. The more they adorn their cities, their houses and possessions, and their persons, the more angry I will be with them for their sins, says the Lord. Just as respectable and virtuous woman abhors a harlot, so righteousness shall abhor iniquity when she decks herself out, and shall accuse her face to face. When it comes, when he comes, who will defend him who searches out every sin on earth? Second Baruch. This is what the spirit of confusion is going to lead to. Just chaos and chaos and chaos. Now, I shared with you, and I'm still sharing with you, more reasons why you should be a pilgrim no matter where you are. One, the Most High told us to be. Two, if you love the Most High, you'll listen. Three, if you want to stand before Christ, you got to do righteously what you got to do righteously. And me as a minister, I always thought, how is judgment going to work? No, I really always thought this, right? Hear me, hear me. When people have come upon 2 Ezra 16 and 40, prepare, make you ready to the battle, be as pilgrims upon the earth. What do people think is going to occur when they stand before the Most High on Judgment Day? What what happens when the Most High will say, well, I saw you reading that scripture, but why didn't you apply that one? Why did you pick and choose? Why did you want to do the other ones, but not this one? What will be your answer? And really, in reality, is even your answer good enough? The answer is no, by the way. There is no answer good enough to disobey Scripture. There will never be. I'm aware, and I'll give y'all word of mouth. 2025. I'm aware of what's going to go on through the internet and different things, and they're going to start to restrict more things, and then it's just going to be those with me. It's not going to be this internet forever. It's not going to be these lessons forever. Then what will you do? Told you I even did the right thing and said, hey, if it ain't me, pray for the laborer that the Most High is going to give you. Then you should think, if the Most High didn't give you a laborer, are you looking in the wrong direction? Am I the person? Or is he just not answering you at all? And I would be really afraid that the Most High was not answering me at all in these times. This is not the time for you to have a drop signal with the Most High. This is not that time. Not that you should ever, but this is definitely not the time. All right, I'm going to Second Baruch. We're going to chapter 69. Now, I thought something really interesting when going back to Kamala in this speech. And look what it says from 69 to 72 reads, with regard to the last waters, you have seen which are blacker than all those preceding which came after the 12. Those which were brought together, they apply to the whole world. For the Most High made a division at the beginning, for only He knows what will happen in the future. For with regard to the evils of the coming impieties which occurred before him, he saw six kinds. And of the good works of the righteous which would be accomplished before him, he foresaw six kinds, equaling 12, by the way, with the exclusion of that which he should accomplish himself at the end of the world. These are, therefore, not black waters with black, but nor bright waters, nor bright with bright, for that is the end. Therefore, hear the exposition of the last black waters, which shall come after the black waters, or the last waters, which shall come after the black waters. Excuse me. This is the word. Behold, the days are coming, and it will happen when the time of the world has ripened in the harvest of the seed of the evil ones. And the good ones has come that the mighty one will cause to come over the earth and its inhabitants and its rulers confusion of the spirit. Wait, stop. What? The Most High will cause to come over the earth and its inhabitants and its rulers confusion of the spirit. You get it now? Why would the Most High cause confusion? Why would He allow it? Because this is where He brings ego down and order up. Because everyone has now, they have Twitter, they have a Rumble, they have BitChute, Instagram, TikTok. Everyone is something to everyone, right? And you see, that's not how the Most High views this. Because imagine you're in school. And you know, when we're in school, we need prerequisites to take, right? So imagine getting into heaven like that, right? We need prerequisites in order to get into the kingdom. And every now and then there's some electives, right? You get to take. Now, but you see, social media has made it to where that is the school, that is the form of learning because of opinions and, oh, I can make this video look this way and I can edit this way, that way. And serving the Most High has become an elective. Oh, it's just like, oh, well, that looks interesting. I'll take that a look. Well, the Most High has to bring confusion because he's tired of this. He's tired of him being an elective rather than the prerequisite. See what I mean? And there's only few people on this earth who can fully put this together. The Bible's words, not mine. Because if everyone could do this, then we wouldn't be in so much ills right now, right? It's true. If everyone could understand the truth, they wouldn't be fighting over no presidents, no no prime ministers, no elected officials. They'd be like, no, what are we even doing? No. The Most High is bringing his order back to the men of the Most High. And a lot of people sit there because they haven't read the Old Testament. They haven't read how the Most High dealt with the children of Israel and how he allowed the men of Israel to deal with people who went against the Most High. Well, they want to start reading because social media has become kind of like a church, and everyone's page makes them a pastor. Right? And you start influencing people to the point where the people don't want to hear the message of God. They start wanting to hear opinions. They start wanting to hear your opinion. And everyone is not a minister. Everyone's not a teacher. What's happening here? Now, here's the thing, right? Do you understand? And I'm sharing this because this is a part of the confusion. Do you understand that there are people who are judged for false information? They're called false prophets, false teachers, wolves in sheep clothing. These evil shepherds, they get judged for leading God's people astray, right? So let me go on social media. Let me do things and have a voice here and there. And let me lead people astray from reading God's word. Think about it. You don't think Instagram people, TikTokers, and YouTubers, and what is it, vloggers or bloggers, whatever the heck it's called. You don't think that the Most High is going to hold people accountable for leading others astray? It's the same thing. Now, if the work is good for the Most High, good. But we have a problem, and the Most High is tired. So he's bringing confusion. Why would he bring confusion? Because it forces you to look for the right person who has the right answers. because he's tired of everyone saying they know something when he said, I chose specific people to lead, right? That's why there's confusion, because there's pride, because there's ego, because there's, I know something. Oh boy. How do we know? Let's keep going, shall we? It says that the mighty one will cause to come over the earth and its inhabitants and its rulers confusion of the spirit and amazement of heart, and they will hate one another and provoke one another to fight. Are you not seeing this in the world? Think about you up there fighting over Donald Trump. D- Kamala Harris. Right now, they somewhere sipping some wine together. Like them and Joe Biden, Obama. Look at these idiots out here voting for us. Look at these idiots out here putting spells on one another. Hey Trump, you know you did a good job with that MAGA. They didn't even realize it was that you're the big magician. Looking stupid. It's confusion. And they despise, the despised will rule over the honorable, and the unworthy will raise themselves over the illustrious. So now you see why the Most High is saying what? He's saying, I'm allowing this spirit of confusion because you got the wrong people in charge. You got the wrong people ministering to my people. You got people who will put everything on the line, who will put all the truth out there, whether it makes them feel good or not. And they only have very few people listening. You have people who will charge you left and right to learn about God in the times of struggle, and they got everyone listening to them. The Most High's like, this creation is disgraceful. Most High's like, this creation I made just ain't like what we made them before. What is this? It says, and many will be delivered to the few. Those who were nothing will rule over the strong, and the poor will be greater in number than the rich. Right out of a playbook out of the World Economic Forum. You will be poor, you will own nothing and be happy. That's what they said, quote. And the impious will exalt themselves over the brave, and the wise will be silent, and the foolish will speak. And you know what? That time is coming. That time is coming. Mm. And the thought of men will not be realized then, nor the counsel of the strong, and the hope of those who hope will not be realized. See that? For us who actually do this hard work, right? So, for example, someone may say, man, he's got the numbers, he's got people watching him, okay, he's getting paid from YouTube. Let me share something with you really quickly. Do you know that when I put up videos from certain sites, they are copyrighted. So whenever videos are copyrighted, I get nothing. Now, if I scroll through my channel and show you which ones are copyrighted, you'd say, this man literally spends 8, 10, 12 hours a day to put out free information and gets nothing in return. Now you wonder now, I've seen some congregations out there stealing my information. And I will say, And someone will say, why would you say stealing information when the Bible is for everyone? One, Bible tells us not to lay on another man's foundation. If the Most High gave you that talent, you do it. But I'm referring to there are congregations with hundreds of thousands of people, thousands of people who steal my lessons, they steal my work, they steal how I do it, and they don't even give all the information. They don't give all the visuals, and they continue to destroy the people, all for the sake of money. And, they're going to look at my page and they're going to go and make a lesson. And as they continue to do, I see and people share with me that they're doing it. I want them to burn in the same fire with Azazel and all those demons that have led people astray. Because the Most High said he does not like this. He does not like this. Then it will happen when those things occur, which have been said before will come to pass, that confusion shall fall upon all men. And some of them will fall in war, meaning they're going to believe in what they're fighting for. Do you not see that now? You got Colombians fighting in Ukraine. Look it up. You got North Koreans fighting for Russia. Why are Colombians, why are Venezuelans, why are Latin American countries fighting in Ukraine? One, they don't care about you. Two, they don't like you. Three, they're sacrificing you. You're not a part of that war. You know nothing about that region. And five, what are you doing? It says the Most High will then give a sign to those nations which he has prepared before, and they will come and wage war with the rulers who will then remain. Wait. And it will happen that everyone who saves himself from the war will die in an earthquake. And he who saves himself from the earthquake will be burned by fire. And he who saves himself from the fire will perish by famine. So it's just telling you evil upon evil upon evil upon evil. Now, what did I share with you? This is backwards. First famine will come, then fire. Fire, which means nuclear war. Nuclear war, and then an earthquake because of so much nuclear waste and bombs hitting the ground and the plates that they call in the earth, the tectonic plates, so called. And I said I would show you, didn't I? I said I would show you, and I shall keep my promise.
Has already been written. It is up to us to read it and to see what is going to happen next. Gog and Magog, which is the last final war, where there will be Avnei El Gavish, as the prophet says, raining down on the enemy. Avnei El Gavish are meteorites. The war of Gog and Magog is the last war. It's the final war. It's after the battles and the problems with the Persian king.
So they understand that after they go to war with Iran, after, keep that in mind, we got a lot of wars to come.
The war against the Jews alone. That is a war where all the nations will gang up on us. And why will they gang up on us? They will gang up to take away Yerushalayim from us. So what that means is that not everyone will survive. And as I
Not everyone will survive.
said earlier, of the entire world's population, 2/3 will disappear. And when we say that, we mean everyone, even amongst us.
Now, the Gematria of Gog and Magog is 70. And there are 70 nations of the world, even though the UN is 193, but there are 70 spiritual groups. So Goy takes the nations of the world against the Jews. Gog and Magog is only supposed to take 12 minutes. And for 250 years, no one understood what type of war would be over in 12 minutes.
Now keep in mind, Donald Trump did say it's 250 years of golden age of America. They are preparing for this. I want you to pay attention. Besides the fact that Gog and Magog is, I'm gonna go over that in a future lesson. Most High will. I've already got information, but it's not who or what you think.
Magog is only supposed to take 12 minutes. And for 250 years, no one understood what type of war would be over in 12 minutes. Now, unfortunately, we know exactly what type of war can be over in 12 minutes. That would be a nuclear war. There are descriptions in Zechariah. It talks about people's flesh melting on their bones, which is really a description of nuclear holocaust. It's going to be a massive war. It's called Gog and Magog. 2/3 of the people in the world will die in 12 minutes. That's 5 billion people. It will take 7 years to clean their bodies.
Now there's 8 billion people in the world now. Close to 9 billion. 12 minutes to destroy the world.
It's what's coming to the world.
Now, at the end of times, there's going to be several different time frames, several different events. First and foremost is going to be a war called Gog and Magog. This war will start with a war between Ishmael, which is the Muslims, and Edom, which is the Christians.
There you go. There you go. So, hey, hint, hint. Can I let you in on a little something I know? 2026. This is my belief now. The United States is going to put their young men and all their people in war with Iran. This is what I believe. Okay. Now, you say, why would they wait so long? Your nation is in complete chaos. Your nation hates one another. They need to give you a whole year to make you believe in something. They need to get you in unity once again. That's why Joe Biden, Kamala, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we got to be fair. It's proper. Yeah. Right? They're going to drop the prices. People are going to start being nice. They're going to start reporting good things on the news, how people are doing good things. They're going to do anything they can to make you believe. Believe in that it's okay. And then they're going to say, hey, oh, maybe they'll do a so-called assassination attempt at one point. You see, they keep blaming Iranians. But I want you to keep this in mind. No one cared, but only MAGA, so-called MAGA fans, no one cared about the assassination, right? So that means if you went to war, only the MAGA fans would support it, right? Because they're like, oh, you went after our president. So they have to get everyone, even the other side. They have to get everyone to appreciate him. Get ready. It's going to be crazy for those in the U.S. And if you thought you looked crazy being in the truth now, try telling someone that it's a game and it's just a sick and twisted game when they start doing nice things. Maybe they start taking debts away. Maybe they take taxes away. Maybe they raise the minimum wage or something like that, right? Just to get you comfortable, get you like, man, praise the Most High. I just needed this break. And then they say, oh, something occurs where it's either with Israel or the president. And then they say, hey, you love your country, let's go. Pay attention.
the world war. Once the Mashiach, son of David, will come, he will fight against the enemies of Am Yisrael. He will defeat all of them. 2/3 of the world are going to die, going to be destroyed.
We need the remaining nations of Esav and Ishmael to fight it out over Israel. We need the remainder of those two to then join forces and bring everyone that's left to Israel to try and destroy Mashiach and the chosen people. This is Gog and Magog. All these things are going to develop into World War III. And then, in the end, and the Lord shall become king over all the earth. On that day shall the Lord be one, and his name one. For the Vilna Gaon, almost 300 years ago, he said that the final war would take place. It would take between 7 and 12 minutes. But this is sure hinted in Zechariah 14:12. And this shall be the plague wherewith the Lord will smite all the nations who besieged Jerusalem. His flesh will waste away while he still stands on his feet. His eyes will waste away in their sockets, and his tongue shall waste away in his mouth.
As Ezekiel 39, which is the chapter that tells us about the war of Gog and Magog. The whole point of it is that the Goyim will see, that's how 39 ends, that the nations will see and they'll repent.
So the Melchemes Gog and Magog is God's going to make things simple. He's going to bring Edom and Yishmael and all of their associates to Jerusalem.
You know what I love about this? Because if you understand the Bible, you understand they're taking out a key part. Where's the ships of Tarshish? Anyone know where the ships of Tarshish is? It's Spain. Tarshish is the land of Spain. Notice how Spain doesn't allow weapons to go to Israel. They will be. They're keeping out so much. Notice how they don't recognize Isaiah 11:11. Notice how they don't recognize the Most High gathering his people from the four corners. Recognize that? They just skip over all of that. That's why I love it. Because you can tell that these are, just like Christ said, they're of their father the devil. They lie. They only are putting a small piece in there. A very small piece.
There'll be a final battle over Jerusalem between the Arab world and the Western world. And they're going to knock each other silly. Now, this is going to be a bloody day. The day that vengeance is meted out against the enemies of Israel, it will be as if the sun and the moon weren't shining.
Really, I think what we're getting prophetically here is a sneak preview or a harbinger or a leading into, at some point in the near future, though I don't think this is that yet, the war of Gog and Magog that we read about in Ezekiel 38. This is what we read. And thus says Adonai Elohim, behold, I am against you, Gog, chief prince of Meshach and Tuval. I will turn you about and put hooks in your jaw. Okay, and then it says this, Gog and Magog with Persia, Cush, and Put. So these are the nations that are going to attack Israel. Well, what are those modern day nations? So what we see is many Bible scholars, many prophecy scholars believe Gog and Magog is, and even among the rabbis, is believed to be Russia.
Now, stop. Skirt. Gog and Magog is not Russia. But I'll break that down for another lesson. Now, Cush, Ethiopia. Put is I think it was Libya. No. Why would these nations come against you? You see how dirty they treat these people? You see how badly they treat them? Hey, Palestinians ain't the only people they treat badly there. That's a very true statement. They're not the only ones they kill there either. That's what you just see. They're not the only ones that are placed in refugee camps there. They also place Ethiopians and different other people, different nations who claim to have lineage to the children of Israel as well. Pay attention.
So, and then Persia is Iran. So it's interesting that today Russia and Persia are aligned.
Once Mashiach comes, there's not going to be any one of these issues. Money will be like sand on the ground. Everyone will be a billionaire. Everyone will have so much money. All the money of the world will be left to the people that survive.
Now, Ezekiel 7 says money would mean nothing. You see how they lie? Money would be nothing. It would be of no value. Why? Because When this happens, then the beast system has to come in full in play when the money is no more value. Come on now.
About two-thirds, 5 billion people died. What's going to happen with all their money? It's going to be money, the Rambam writes, כמו חול, like sand on the wall. Just bend down and pick up as much as you want. No one will want to steal. No one will fight anyone. People won't have to work like today. It'll be a whole different world.
Emphasis. 12 minutes. And you know what's crazy? I sit there and tell people say, well, why did you go to the Middle East? Why did you live in those places that you live in? Why are you there? The Bible says so. I don't get it. The Bible says so. Come on. Uh, Never mind. Anywho, continuing. And some of them will fall in war, and others perish in tribulations, and against others of them will be troubled by their own, meaning your own kind, your own nation of people. Most High will then give a sign to those nations which he has prepared before, and they will come and wage war with the rulers who will then remain. And it will happen that everyone who saves himself from the war will die in the earthquake. And yes, we went over this, right? I don't want to keep beating the dead horse, but remember what I said. The famine first, the fire, which is the nukes, and the earthquake, which is in Revelation, coming at that last trumpet, the return, right? And it will happen that everyone who will save himself and escape all things which have been said before, both those who have won and those who have been overcome, that all will be delivered into the hands of my servant, the anointed one, for the whole earth will devour its inhabitants. So this meant what? Not many people are going to make this. And the Holy Land will have mercy on its own and will protect its inhabitants at that time. And this is the vision which you have seen. This is the explanation, for I have come to tell you these things, since your prayer has been heard by the Most High. Now hear also about the bright waters which come at the end after these black ones. This is the word, after the signs have come, of which I have spoken to you before. When the nations are moved and the time of my anointed one comes, he will call all nations, and some of them he will spare, and others he will kill. These things will befall the nations which will be spared by him. Every nation which has not known Israel, and which has not trodden down the seed of Jacob, will live. So notice, they're keeping these prophecies out. Do you notice that? They're keeping this out. That's why it's also very important to do like a watch, right? As to see what's going to happen and who's doing what. And that part is definitely important to know who the children of Israel are, and you know that's very important. Anywho, and this is because some from all nations have been subject to your people. All those now who have ruled over you or who have known you will be delivered up to the sword. And when it's referring who have known you, it's referring to those who are chosen. Those who you have either known, those who have ruled over the children of Israel, and those who the children of Israel have ruled over. Yeah, bad things come. Okay, and that's a full stop on that portion. Now, I know I'm going to get to it. Now, you've been wanting me to do this, and I've been wanting to do this. So the next portion, we're gonna do it right now, but give me a quick second, and we will go right into the Jubilee. One moment, please. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your patience in that brief pause. All right. Okay, brothers and sisters, before we get into anything further, I know only a remnant survive. The Bible tells us this in many ways. Only a remnant survive. Many are called, few are chosen. And as a minister, as a watchman, as a man of the Most High, there's really an art to teaching and giving sermons, because not everyone can. And what I mean is, some people just will teach something without giving the beauty of it at the end. Now, in the beginning of this portion of this lesson, I gave the tough part, okay? And even I will go into the Jacob's trouble as we go through this, but this is the newspaper that I had wanted to use from the beginning. Once again, thank you, sister, for that. Appreciate you. Excuse me, over from the UK there. Trump promises golden age after sweeping Harris aside. Right? And it says, his return is a journey into the unknown. Really like those words. Those words really hit you. What is the golden age? What is the golden age? Well, brothers and sisters, the truth will shock you. So let's begin. The golden age is Greek mythology. Okay, that's Greek mythology, particularly the works and days of Hesiod. Just go over there, right? And it's a part of description of temporal decline. Temporal decline. Temporal decline. So don't let them tell you that it's good. This is falls under the scripture, woe unto those who call good evil and evil good. See if I could get it better for you guys. There we go. And I'll highlight. Description of the temporal decline of the state of peoples through 5 ages. 5. Gold being the first, and the one during which the golden race of humanity, Chrysian Genos, lived. After the end of the first age was the silver, then the bronze, after this the heroic age, and the 5th and current being iron. Now, something just popped up in my mind, and I think this is gonna. It's one of those moments when I told you you have to discern quickly, right? And I remember, oh man, this. I remember. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, Most High, just as Praise the Most High. I sat there and thought of this as the 5 ages: 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And this is a clear indication of our trials. And everyone, if you've read, like, the older homilies and different things, you understand that the homilies from Peter, it describes that all those philosophers took things from the men of the Most High. So they're not smart individuals. And then they took it, kind of like refurbished it how they wanted to their gods. Right? But check this out. So it gives you 5 ages. Oh, I am still trying to learn how to work this. I apologize. Please forgive me, you guys. Okay, here we go. Thank you. These 5 ages. Now, continue keeping in mind, brothers and sisters, that it's mentioning, that it's mentioning the decline, the temporal decline. And I thought, because they're saying this is golden age, it says golden age denotes a period of primordial peace, harmony, stability, prosperity. But I thought, as the golden age, it was referring to gold, that's your foundation. Now, if a man may build upon his foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by what? Fire. And the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. This is why I always tell you guys, make sure your works are based on the Most High. Okay? And if he gave you that talent, you go hard for that talent. If any man's work abide which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive reward. So keep that word in mind, which means abide. But what does this word abide mean? We take, and it usually means to continue, right? So to remain, wait, right? Kind of like continue, to endure. So it means that you see the act of continuing. And this is why now you're beginning to see why Minister Yeshua told you guys, I said, hey, your works must go beyond the computer, right? You're like, even for my ministry, even for me making music for the Most High, poetry, whatever, your works must go beyond. They must be able to go beyond this computer, these electronics. Okay, very important, because you want to make sure that you're in good standings with Christ. Wow, it's saying I ran out of time. All right, let's keep going. Now, remember this picture. Donald Trump is promising a golden age. So he's promising peace, harmony, stability, and prosperity. Now, that sounds beautiful, doesn't it? Sounds so wonderful. They call it's a part of a utopia. It says, during this age, peace and harmony prevailed in that people did not have to work to feed themselves, for the earth provided food in abundance. They lived to a very old age with youthful parents, eventually dying peacefully, with spirits living on as guardians. Recounts the golden race of humans who came first. He clarifies that Hesiod did not mean literally made of gold, but good and noble. Now, here's the first red flag to me. Eventually dying peacefully with spirits living on as guardians. Now, guardians they used to call titans. I don't know if it'll be in here, but you can also look that up. Titans is these giants originally. And let's see. One who guards. These were spirits also, who is one who guards. Think about it. Think about it. You got it. A watcher. So they were referring to watchers. Continuing. So that was the first red flag to me, along with the peace, harmony, all these promises. And this is why I started with this in the very beginning lesson. I said, you better be careful because they're going to, Satan is going to woo many people. And I'm telling you, if you understand these things, you'll save yourself. You'll save yourself. You'll prepare. You'll use that time to get yourself completely together. I mean, you have to think about it. They're calling it the golden age. Okay? The golden age means we're going to go into a period in the world where they're going to promote the greatest of peace and harmony and stability and prosperity that you, and the Bible says that you would think that we would be in a good state and provisions would be in such a good state. Is this not matching with the Bible? That means you have 1 year. 1 year till things hit the fan. And guess what? Things are going to hit the fan regardless. And some people are not going to, this is not going to be a good thing for everyone. Because they're going to come, he said, hey, he's coming after a certain group of people. Children of Israel, they're going to keep having, the women going to keep fighting their own people, and so forth and so forth. Continuing. In classical Greek mythology, the Golden Age was presided over by leading titan Cronus. In Latin, authors it was associated with the god Saturn, which is Satan. Now, who is Cronus? Well, you see, Cronus was the leader and youngest of the first generation of Titans, divine descendants of the primordial Giai. Now, this is where they copied the Holy Spirit, by the way, Mother Earth. This is what pagans and Wiccans call Mother Earth. Okay. And the Uranus, which they would place it as the Most High, but obviously, right, it's not. Now it says, he overthrew his father and ruled during the mythological Golden Age. Now, wait a second. Who wanted to be like the Most High? Isaiah 14. Satan wanted to overthrow the Most High and say, I will be like you. I will sit upon the throne. You following? Satan all over this, right? It gets worse. Until he was overthrown by his son Zeus. So in this sense, Jesus, they're calling Jesus, but this is in place Christ. Okay. So mind you, they're just taking the story and putting pagan idolatry into it and so forth and so forth. And imprisoned in Tartarus. So Satan was imprisoned in Tartarus. Now, if you've read the Apocalypse of Paul, you've seen that Tartarus is used in here for hell. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's also in the book of Josephus. That's a real place. It's hell. It's the abyss. It says, however, the deities, Phorcys, okay, this is so-called sea god, right? And Cronus and Ray, Eldest, and blah, 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 right? Now, I drop down. Let's look into it more. Cronus was usually depicted with the harp, the seath, or the sickle. Now, we know that these instruments are used for harvest. Harvest. And what did they just say? They just said there's coming to be a manufactured famine. They're lying to people to sweep them right off the road. Okay? You got a year. You have a year wherever you are to prepare. Wherever you are to prepare, you have a year. Now, it says in Athens on the 12th day of the Attic month, a festival called Cronia was held in honor of Cronus to celebrate the harvest, suggested that a result of his association with the virtuous Golden Age. Now stop, because Donald Trump said they're going to have a year long of festivities for this so called Golden Age. Right? Are you paying attention? Because this is going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be horrible. It says, his association with the virtuous Golden Age, Cronus continued to preside as patron of the harvest. Cronus also identified in classical antiquity with the Roman deity Saturn. So this is Satan's time. Satan is preparing. Satan is preparing. I don't know who needs to hear this, but Satan would never attack you when you're at your strongest. So when you're in the gym, when you're doing those push-ups, remember, you are getting your body strengthened for what's to come. Forget trying to fit in those clothes. Forget trying to look good. You are preparing yourself to go without food, and you are preparing yourself to defend for when people attack one another. Follow me. So it says an ancient myth recorded Cronus envied the power of his father. So obviously we know Satan envies the Most High, right? It says the ruler of the universe. We know the Most High is in charge. It says Guy created a great stone sickle and gathered together Cronus and his brothers to persuade them to castrate Uranus. Now it starts going off crazy because the Uranus is supposed to be the Most High, and we know the Holy Spirit would never do such. It says only Cronus was willing to do the deed. So Guy gave him the sickle and placed him in ambush. So you see what this is about? This is about getting you comfortable. Now this is where faith is going to be tested, because it's not going to look like a famine is coming. And if you are a person who needs to see with your eyes, you better undo it really quickly. because you're talking about the greatest of greats, Joseph, prepared a whole nation of people before things even happened. You're talking about Noah prepared his family and those with him before things ever happened. You're talking about Lot ran out with his family without even having to see destruction. You are not going to make this if you have to see it, because by the time you see it, it will be too late. Follow me now. It says Cronus attacked with the sickle, castrating, casting his testicles into the sea. And what are we seeing now? Women are no longer wanting to have children with people and be in relationships because why? Because Donald Trump won. Right? You can make this up. And with thy knowledge, get understanding. And they say the Aphrodite, which is the god of pleasure and lust, emerged as well. So there's going to be a lot of things going on here. You know what that means? I'm sorry to say it, sisters. I love you all in the truth. But this is where you really attach yourself to the men of the Most High before things hit the fan. Because women are going to start saying they believe in the Most High. And when that happens, they're going to do it just for food. And we are going to look at them like, well, what happened before? I'm not going to sit there and just take anyone just because of fat. Are you crazy? Does that even make sense? You better get with the men of the Most High and those who are in righteousness now. Because I'm telling you, this hit, bye. I'm just listening to that. What happened? What happened? What took you so long? And what did I say before? I said they would start going against the women would start doing crazy stuff, right? It's getting worse by the minute. With this aqua tofana, people are going to be skeptical of women giving food in congregations, of women giving drinks. You better hurry up and prove yourself. And you know what? Women have always said we don't got to prove ourselves. Oh, you're going to. Ain't no one going to let you in the congregation not knowing what you can and can't do. You're going to prove yourself. I don't care who you think you are. You are going to prove yourself one way or another. Mark my words. Watch it. So it's best to get on board now, because when the famine comes, you know how I look at it as a minister? Matthew 25, the foolish version. I'm sitting up here telling you, people are telling you years in advance, times in advance, and you want to come late? Well, go to the people who you was listening to before. Because mark it, November 12th, 2024. I told people a year before. Mark it. Mark it. Mark it a year before. All right, moving forward. Now you can see there's different things here. I'm not gonna read all and all and all, but you kind of get the gist as to the evils that is happening. You kind of get it. And I'm just scrolling through nicely so y'all can see. but nothing good is coming. Nothing good is coming. Even mentioned that this is in the sibling oracles. Hey. Hmm. I mean, this got revelations written all over it. You're going to make it up. And look at that. It says Titan Cronus, which is Satan, Father Time, wielding the harvesting sickle. Now, we take this concept and we understand the Bible. We understand that this was a plague. Yes? Now you take time. Do you understand? You know, I know that time hasn't been the same since last year. Time has gone by so fast, even some of us don't even feel like we're getting rest. That's how it just feels like you rest for an hour or two. This also means that the time is being cut. It's not just the harvest. Now think about this. There's several things being cut here. There's a physical harvest, which is famine, food, and then there's a spiritual harvest, which is the wheat from the tares, and then there's time that's being cut. You and I, all human life does not have much time. And we sat there and wondered how the Most High was going to do it for years reading the Bible and saying, wow, time is going to go by. He's going to cut time short. What do you call now? And you know what? If you are not thanking the Most High for cutting time short, that means you understand that you're not right with the Most High. Because I tell you this, I say to the Most High, I am grateful for you cutting time. One, I don't know all the evils that's coming. We can only see what's in the text in the Bible, right? Two, I'm tired of seeing people struggling. I'm tired of seeing people die. I'm tired of seeing kids unalive. I'm tired of hearing about human trafficking. I'm tired of hearing about Mola. I'm tired of this. I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but I'm tired. And you understand, that time is being cut. Pay attention. Pay attention, brothers and sisters, because time is on no one's side. Time is on no one's side. They all wonder why. Hey, the day of judgment, I could stand before the Most High and say, Most High, as a minister, as a watchman, I told the people to give everything they got. I told them to lose sleep. I told them to go hard. I told them, go hard for you. Now, moving forward. In some versions, it's Astrea, Astrea who ruled. It's the virgin goddess of justice, innocence, purity, and precision. Now we understand that what? Everything is opposite to what they say. Everything is opposite. And they keep talking about a star is born, a star is born, a star is born. Yeah, that's right. They coming after people's innocence. They coming after people's purity. And they're coming after it sharply. This is what the Most High is telling us. My oh my. My oh my. brothers and sisters. Astrea, celestial virgin, the last of the immortals to live with humans. Now, mind you, immortals, that term was either used for watchers, either fallen or righteous. In this sense, hmm, mm-mm. Okay. Now, says used to live with humans during the Golden Age, one of the Greeks' religion's five deteriorating ages of man. Five deteriorating ages of man. Five deteriorating ages of man. That's golden, silver, bronze, heroic, and iron. You see, they lie. Deteriorating. This means we're at the highest level of being finished. Can you see the writing on the wall? Can you see it yet? Only bring the truth. Can you see it? I hope you do. We only share. It says she lived with men until the end of the Silver Age, but in the Bronze Age, when men became violent and greedy, she fled to the stars, where she appears as a constellation, what they call that horoscope, Virgo or Libra, which we don't do those, but just for the sake of what they're sharing here. Now, to me, brothers and sisters, what this is looking like, this golden age. Now, when I see this bronze age and it says men became violent and greedy, we are already seeing this. The Bible says that people would wax worse. They made this aqua tofana. Thank you, brother and sister, for that from the U.S. They're making this aqua tofana, and originally it was created to unalive violent men from their spouses. Now everyone over there is just becoming barbaric. Hmm. Hmm. Showing y'all the differences, y'all. Now, check this out. The golden age. Men lived like gods, without sorrow of heart, remote, free from toil, grief, miserable. Age rested not on them, with the legs and arms never failing. They made merry with feasting and beyond the reach of all devils. When they died, it was as though they were overcome with sleep, and they had all good things, for the fruitful earth and forest bare them fruit abundantly and without stint. They dwelt in ease and peace. Does this not sound like a setup to you? It sounds like a setup. Like I'm gonna make things become so peaceful. And you know what I believe is going to occur? I believe that Iran and Israel is going to take a break. Iran and Israel is going to take a break now from this war. They may go tit for tat, as we can see. They'll just go one tit here, one tat there, so forth and so forth. Yeah, they're still going to be doing things to Palestinians, but it won't be as bad as what they're doing now. And then they're going to roll that thing like you've never seen before, and it's going to pick up speed, and that's when they're going to lock down flying. They're going to lock down everything. They're going to lock down traveling because that whole region is going up in flames. Mm-hmm. The times, the times, the times, the times. Right? I'm just showing you guys, right? You see, it's in pretty much every, you can see. Golden Ages, they even have one for Islamic as well. But Golden Ages. Hmm. Hmm. Now, remember what I showed you? They say here, and this is my first time seeing this one here. The reference is to a succession of kingdoms in Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Who did they call their Nebuchadnezzar, their Cyrus? This man right here. Think it not strange, huh? Indian teachings. And we wonder why the Hindus are going buck wild right now. Canada, India, they're wilding out. Could it be because of that Kamala spirit? Right? Indian teachings differentiate the four world ages, the yugas, okay, not according to metals, according to dharmic qualities, virtues, supposedly, where the first age starts with the most and the last age ends with the least. End is followed by a new cycle. The end is followed by a new cycle of the same four ages. So they're saying that this is the end. Sat Yuga, which is the golden age in Hindu. Sat Yuga is known for knowledge, meditation, and communion with spirit holds special importance. Most people engage only in good sublime deeds and mankind lives harmony with the earth. Ashrams become devoid of wickedness and deceit. It's a setup, brothers and sisters. It's one big setup. Okay. Now, why would this be important for believers? Those who, like you and me, we follow Christ. Why would this have any importance? And there was more information, right? Darius in the Bible, Xerxes in the Bible predicted a wooden wall to protect the Greeks. Why is this of any value to us? You see, the Elizabethan age, just the golden age, they're preparing the world for something. Look how he was saying, oh, there's going to be a month and they're going to have holidays and so forth and so forth. Wondering if anyone is paying attention. Dark Ages also had ties to the Golden Age as well. And then you come across the Gilded Age. And I thought this one was really interesting because it says is a term used to describe tumultuous years between the Civil War and the 20th century. Quite interesting. But the Gilded Age had a more sinister side. It was a period where greedy, corrupt industrialists, bankers, politicians enjoyed extraordinary wealth and opulence at the expense of the working class. I thought this one was really interesting because when I look up the word gilded, This word gild means to cover with a thin layer of gold. It means gold. It means golden age. Are you ready? Because an unimaginable evil is coming. And some people are going to prosper, and most people are going to struggle. I hope when people do struggle, they seek the Most High and quickly, not taking your time, move your rear end. It says golden age refers to a mode of utopian existence. Let's go on and get it now. Utopian come from the word utopia, which is stating they want something perfect. Describing a variety of Greek, Roman, and later Western Christian texts that is freed from the vicissitudes of everyday life. Now, watch this. A change in circumstances. Fortune, typically one that is unwelcome or unpleasant, characterized by peace and plenty, with nature spontaneously producing food and humans living in close relationships to the gods, which is demons. Most usually, the golden age is located temporally in the far past and more rarely in the distant future. Spatial, it is located in vague and far off regions of the earth. More rarely, it is a place accessible only after death. What? Are they saying the United States has died? Spiritually, I'd say so. But this is going to come across the world. Eventually, this will lead to the world. If you can't see, I shared that video. Just remember how the world was so infatuated by Donald Trump, right? Five races or kinds of people are described in temporal succession. Four are characterized by value metals. Wait. Value metals. You don't think Most High is saying, He said, I'm going to try you in the fire and you're going to come out. Remember that in Isaiah? Y'all remember Isaiah? What was it, chapter 1? Thy silver is dross, thy wine mixed with water. hmm It's very bad. Just letting y'all know. It's very bad. And it says, after an intervening race of heroes that is most likely not part of the original schema, the Iron Race. Although not fully developed, there appears to be a succession of moral and physical decay. Moral and physical decay. Moral and physical decay. So if you thought it was bad now, let the games begin. Moral and physical decay. With the exception of the intrusive race heroes, each state appears to be inferior to its predecessor. That's called the elect, by the way, who these things don't affect. When the Bible says the man would be as the hedge, he would be as the cover, I didn't make those words up. They were there long before you and me. Brief description of the golden race. The zodiac narrative combines six motives: the succession of races of people. These are different species, separate creations of the gods, and are not to be seen as successive stages of mankind, the world, or history. So this is showing you that this has nothing to do with a period in time of history. It's more so based on people in general. So the Most High is looking for his gold. And anything that's not gold, well, gets melted. I've done this lesson years ago, right? The correlation of race with metals. Come on now. If you were with me, you know I went over this, right? The identification of the golden race with the reign of the elder deity, the topos, that in the beginning humans lived in close company with the gods, meaning what? They're going to start to, and this is my belief, they're going to bring or introduce the fallen into real life. Come on now. What do you think they've been doing? For years, for decades, they've been calling people nut jobs because of them believing in aliens, which is fallen. And now they got it all over, right? A set of paradisical features including carefree existence of feasting, wealth and peace and state of perpetual youth terminated by peaceful death. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Luke 17. They did eat, drank, married, given into marriage. They just having a good old time. Wait. A set of paradisical features, including carefree existence of feasting. They just ate, they just drank. We're here. We're here, brothers and sisters. This is it. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where, if you haven't showed the Most High what you got, you may want to. You may want to put in overtime for the Most High, like now. And the spontaneous of yield of crops from the earth so that humanity was fed without toil. Each of these motives has worldwide distribution happening everywhere. At times, they have served as elements that have been integrated into broader systems of religious. Oh my gosh. So they incorporated this into religion, historical and anthropological thought, for example, systems of apocalypticism, messianism, utopianism, primitivism, as well as a literary genre such as pastoral. However, the combination of motives in Hesiod is without parallel. So look for this lifestyle to be placed in sermons. Oh, this is, and you know what? This is the time. I would truly suggest before this Donald Trump gets in office or before 2025 so-called hits, if someone does not believe in the Most High and that this is the end, you can't convince them. You know why? Because this is going to be the one to knock them out to sleep. This is going to be the KO. You understand how many pastors, how many false shepherds are going to get these people? Oh, I see beautiful things coming in your life and I see greatness. And I told you because Trump was in office that he's going to bless us now and we're going to do. Oh, and you tithe, you give 100 and I'm going to give you this and God's going to do that. And the Spirit's going to be working. The spirits are going to work overtime to make them look right. It says later in Greek poetic versions, especially the influent phenomena by Atterus, additional details were added to Hesiod's brief account. The Golden Age was characterized above all by justice. Its utopian mode of life included vegetarianism, which was of greater importance. The metals now identified stages in the history of the single race, and the implicit theme of degeneration was more consistently, applied. So, what are they going to do? They were going to have everyone become vegetarians. Which, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that because, hey, you ain't supposed to eat the meat. But hey, whatever, right? And now this could also be why the Hindus are going wild because the Vega and Vega, those terms come from Hinduism. So that vegan, vegetarian, those terms come from Hindu. Those were when someone would, and I'm going to do a lesson on this because the Hindus they wilding out. But when you claim this type of dietary system, you are giving reverence to their God, opposed to in the Bible, they were just Nazarenes, right? They didn't eat meat, they just ate things of the earth and so forth. So if you call yourself a vegan, don't call yourself a vegan, call yourself a Nazarene, okay? Because it is giving homage to their gods. Veganism, vegetarianism, pescatarian, all that stuff comes from Hindus. Okay. What was of greater importance? The metals now identified as stages in history of the single race, or the implicit theme of degeneration more consistently applied? Greek philosophy. Cheers. Blah 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 blah. Later expanded portrait of the Golden Age with additional motive of free sexuality. Sodom and Gomorrah. Free sexuality was carried over into Latin versions of Hesiodic myth, above all in first century work Ovid. Ovid. Latin tradition is important in three respects. First, persistent Greek terminology referred to the golden race was transformed into more familiar phrase, the golden age. So no, it's not called the golden age, it's called the golden race. Wow. So think of it this way. This is where we all are running for the prize. This is where, and technically I've already said this, right? But this is where you're showing the Most High that you mean business for Him. Because what's after this is big. Okay, and this is taken out of mythical time and reduced to the good old days. So hear them talking about the emphasis. Oh, back in the day or the good old days. What good old days? Especially in the U.S. I mean, it's just if it wasn't crime, it was racism and civil war and all this, right? Hmm. I'm just saying. And see, it says the myth of the golden age is no longer an expression of pessimism with respect to the present, rather it has become a prediction of future hope and regeneration, which means it used to be considered negative. Now, they said in the Greek form, it could be harmonized with the accounts of Eden and with notions of sin as accounting for humanity's fall from paradise. So they technically want you to fall when they know that the Most High is just about ready, right? Let's keep reading. Let's see. It says, with predictions of the birth of the Messiah and the coming of Christ's kingdom. What? Where are we? Excuse me again? The coming of Christ's kingdom. However, apart from contributing to the theories of world periods, the myth of the Golden Age was not a major element in Christian literary imagination from the early 6th century until the Renaissance. While late medieval epic traditions, Dante and the Roman de la Ruse, continued antique conventions of the Golden Age, a variety of new historical factors contributed to a reawakening of interest in the motive of the Golden Age, alongside of the rediscovery of classical texts and the works of art was the self-conscience of a renaissance, of a new birth, a new age that was at the same time a recovery of the lost and past glories, a recovery of the lost and past glories, a recovery of the lost and past glories. The description by Vasari, the era of Lorenzo, a truly golden age, the elaborate court and coronation pageants, which in Saturn Chronos and the four metallic ages were depicted by actors. Once again, the language of Golden Age and imperial ideology were conjoined. Well, let's jump around a little. Joined to the topos of the noble savage, the new peoples and territories, especially those of the New World, are unceasingly described in the Renaissance chronicles as living in the Golden Age. Oh my. 17th century, or excuse me, here we go. It was a place of new birth and rebirth and a place of freedom, its bounty vast and unimaginable. 17th century Puritan imagination. From Cotton Mather's words, the first age was the golden age to return unto making a man a Protestant, and I may add a Puritan. But obviously this is quite hefty here. Okay, but you see where the world is going. Now, they did mention Christ, so let's go with Christ. Why would they mention this? Well, like I said in the last lesson, the world is preparing for the Jubilee. There you go. What to expect when visiting Rome in 2025. The Roman Catholic Church preparing for the Jubilee. The beginning Jubilee will be filled with religious events. Hmm. 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 So they're going to have the whole year filled with events. Sound familiar? Wasn't that what Donald Trump was talking about? So they're going to have you celebrate the Jubilee and you not even know what it is. It says here, this is November 11, 2024, Vatican unveils AI services for St. Peter's Basilica ahead of Jubilee. So they're going to use the AI in their Jubilee celebrations in 2025. Are you ready? Pope proclaims Jubilee. May hope fill our days. I want you to understand, they're going to, and this is going to be just about everywhere. They're going to start with America, because how many nations really tell their people that it's a Jubilee? Unless it's the Queen of England, right? That was the only time. But the Jubilee was made for people like you and me. It wasn't made for them. They already have their Jubilee. They're already enjoying their life. May hope fill our days. And it says upcoming Jubilee consigning the Bull of Indiction. The Bull of what? Somebody most high. Hope does not disappoint. This is what they're saying. The year 2025, where hope does not disappoint. Now, once again, here's another article. Pope Francis announces date of opening and closing the holy doors. Bull of the Jubilee. The indiction of the bull of the Jubilee. There you go. I'm just sharing. I'm just sharing. Now, I find it funny, or they say this Jubilee is going to end January 26th, which is to them the Epiphany of the Lord. Now, watch this. If I'm not mistaken, he said that it would be from 2025 to 2026, the same period, right? Okay, I think I got. I'm just trying to look for the. Yes, okay. All right, here we go, brothers and sisters. And this is really good. So for those in the U.S., check this out. Okay, if you have children, check this out. America 250. It gives you the video of all the things going on. This feel good about family and blah, blah, blah. Right? And they get a countdown. Look, 1 year and 7 months and 21 days. They have a countdown. So it must be really important to them. Right? It says multi-year contest invites third graders to 12th graders to submit work, artwork, essays, answering questions. What does America mean to you? No purchase necessary. So this is, they have April 16, 2025. This begins right after the Holy New Year, which will be March. You don't think this is on purpose? Come on. Come on. Let's see. On the 2026. And I was looking, I thought it was May, if I'm not mistaken. Stay golden. A giant leap. Here's some things they're promoting. Yeah, I believe it was from Memorial Day. That's right. I have no idea when Memorial Day is, and neither do I care. But let me check because he made the mention of the date. Memorial Day 2025. Memorial Day 2025, May 26th. So from May 26th to July 2026. That's what they're seeking to do. Now, which one is more important? Knowing about the Jubilee or know about 250-year celebration? You can keep your celebration. I choose the kingdom. I, it's almost about the same time, brothers and sisters. Right? Now, golden age, golden age, golden age. And then you have, look what I have, right? And I want to play this video for you guys. So I won't, they don't copyright me.
Humanity, fraternity, faith, communion, creation. Pilgrims of Hope, the 2025 Jubilee motto. The holy year with which Pope Francis invites the Church, the men and women of our time, and above all young people, to rediscover the theme of hope. Pilgrimage, the road to Rome, the holy door, the profession of faith, charity, forgiveness. Simple gestures of great theological meaning that become permanent signs of the Jubilee. From the year 1300 until today, every holy year has represented an event of great spiritual, ecclesial, and social significance in the life of the Church and of its peoples. Of people flocking to ask to be able to experience and touch firsthand the forgiveness and mercy of God. Like milestones, they have marked the Church's journey, and they will continue to do so in the future. They are the Jubilee years.
And they want you to celebrate. Oh my goodness. Now, let's look at this. This is the Roman Catholic Church, Archdiocese of Washington, right? I want you to check this out. Holy Father, that what they're saying, we'll just say the Pope, has announced that 2025 will be a Jubilee year. Oh boy. Something which happens every 25 years, which that's not even biblical. Anywho, the theme of Jubilee 2025 is Pilgrims of Hope. Now, wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. Hold on now, because you said pilgrim. Now, there's not many places in the Bible that refers to us pilgrims, but pilgrims of hope. Oh, my people, hear my word. Make you ready to the battle, and in those evils be as pilgrims upon the earth. Or wait. There's some more. What about the book of Hebrews, right? Hebrews 11. Hebrews 11:13. These all died in faith, not having received the promises, but having seen them afar off, and were persuaded of them, and embraced them, and confessed that they were strangers and pilgrims on the earth. Now, this means that there's about to be a shift now, where the Most High is going to start to move his people. For those of you who want to sit down, and for those of you who don't want to go anywhere, and don't want to do what the Most High says, I pity you, just like the scripture says. I told y'all that the Most High would give an opportunity, right? Pilgrims of hope. And look what it says. It will be a year of hope for a world suffering the impacts of war, ongoing effects of the jib jab, scandemic, and climate crisis. Let's see what they say. What is a jubilee? A jubilee is the name given to a particular year, a time to reestablish proper relationship with God. All of you have been following me, listening to the sermons. I've been telling you to do this for a long time. It's kind of that, it's kind of that saying, be ready so you don't gotta get ready, right? So be ready with the Most High, so you don't have to be like, "Oh, Most High, what do you want me to do? Oh, Most High, I got so many things to do. I tried. I tried. Most High knows I tried." And it says also with one another and with creation. Let's see what they got. This part I didn't open, so I apologize. Oh, good. They give the scriptures. Yeah. See that? Jubilee is the name of the particular year. The name comes from the instrument used to mark its launch. In this case, the instrument question, the Yobel or the ram's horn, uses to proclaim the Day of Atonement. This holiday occurs every year, but it takes on special significance mark when it marks the beginning of a jubilee year. We can find early indication of it in the Bible. Jubilee year was to be, let's see if they tell the truth, was to be marked every 50 years. Good. Since this would be an extra year, one which would happen every 7 weeks of the 7 years. Good. I.e., every 49 years. Leviticus 25 and 8 through 13. Good. Even though it wasn't easy to organize, it is intended to mark its time to establish proper relationship with God, with one another, and with creation involved in forgiveness of debts. There we go. That's the most important part. Forgiveness of debts and return of misappropriated land and a fallow period of fields. Hmm. Hmm. You see, I don't like because they kind of give it like a small piece, right? Because you see, this is it here, right? The trumpet, yeah, talks about the Day of Atonement, right? Yeah, good, good. They did good. It says, all the inhabitants thereof, it is a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. That means serving slavery and servitude. A jubilee shall the 50th year be unto you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap which groweth of itself, nor gather the grapes of it in the vine and dress. For it is a jubilee, it is to be holy unto you. Eat the increase thereof of the field. So this is why they're calling it a jubilee or a golden age. Because, but you see, here's the thing. What takes precedence in the jubilee as we're in the end? Recompense. So everyone doesn't get this. You're telling me that the Most High is going to allow this for the unrighteous? Absolutely not. This will be only for the righteous. This will be only for the righteous, meaning the Most High will only set people free who he deems righteous. Henceforth, this is the Jubilee of the Pilgrims of Hope. Meaning some of you out there, and even others who are not necessarily watching these lessons, some people, some brothers and sisters out there have been asking the Most High to make a way for them to go. 2025 is your year. Get ready. I mean, we're not talking about a job. Some people are going to be like, well, oh, praise the Most High. They gave me this job. If the Most High says the place is destroying, why would he give you a job in a destroying place? A better job that would kind of like convince you to stay in a destroying place. Doesn't make any sense. That's called Lucifer. But the Most High is going to give people the opportunity. And if thou sell aught thy neighbor, or buyest out thy hand, he shall not oppress one another. I want you to understand that this only applies to the righteous because people are still going to get mistreated. This only applies to those who are living and walking in the Spirit and walk as Christ. This only applies to them. This is a jubilee where the Most High said, I want you to call it the Jubilee for Pilgrims of Hope. That means this jubilee is for pilgrims only. Pilgrims only. Pilgrims only. Pilgrims only. The message is in everything. And for those who choose not to be a pilgrim, you're going to be dealt with because you know the scripture says to be pilgrims. We're crying now. It says, Prophet Isaiah, the Gospel of Luke described Yeshua's mission in this way. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to bring the good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim liberty to the captives and recover the sight to the blind and let the oppressed go free and proclaim the year acceptable to the Lord. Amen. And they use Isaiah 61, which is referring to the end times as well. Amen. That's now. This message is for those who the Most High wants to go. He's telling you, get ready, children. Get ready. And guess what? Where I move you, you're going to flourish. Where I move you, you're going to prosper. Just like in the book of 2nd Ezra, it says, the world, it says they're going to look at you and be jealous because we are going to prosper and they are going through famine. He says, though I make an end of nations, I will still keep you. That means we would see the destructions of nations amongst us in those countries, but we would not be destroyed. Beautiful. We love you, Most High. We love you, Most High. Thank you. And look at that. Look at that. They got the countdown. Jubilee starts in 42 days. They got the countdown. Come on now. Most High talking to someone out there. Say, just believe in me, the Most High said. Just trust me. You've been asking for a way out. Most High saying, will you trust him? Year of forgiveness and reconciliation. Look, they're telling the truth. It is a holy year before things get real bad, and they're going to get bad. And look, if you've read the books of remembrance, you understand how important the counsel of God is. It's saying 2025 is the year of counsel. That means the whole heavens is behind the shift of all the pilgrims. That means the Most High has ordered this longer than you could imagine. They calling it also the year of the Jubilee, the year of the council, and the year of prayer. Now, if I didn't know no better, Second Baruch, I think it was chapter 83, said there would be a time where we could pray no more. Why would they call this a prayer of year, a year of prayer? Because there's coming a point where prayer will be the last thing you think of. Pestilence has already hit us. Famine must come next, and then the sword. Do you understand? You're not going to think. You're not going to even have the energy to pray. It's gonna get real. So the Most High is saying, this is the year you get closer to me like you've never been before. This is the year you give me every talent you got. If you got two, give me three. If you want to do four, give me five. Show me what you got. Hmm. Most High is talking. I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening. Look what it says. Traveling in faith. Traveling in faith. I don't know who needs to hear this, but this is the message from the Most High. Traveling in faith. Traveling in faith. Pilgrims of hope. Some of you are so used to having to make things work. But you see, when you try and make things work, you are playing the creator. You are creating a situation that you think is good for you when the Father is the creator. He creates what's good for you, not you. I mean, look how many times you've tried to create your own situation and how bad it's come out. Let the Most High create the ability for you to travel in faith. This is what it's saying. Traveling in faith, pilgrims of hope. It reads, pilgrimage is an important part of the Christian's life. And we're just going to say the Pope, but whatever. The Most High, we're going to say the Most High has called the faithful to live this out during the year, during the Jubilee year, pilgrims of hope. Pilgrims of hope. In his letter for the Jubilee, their so-called Pope described the Jubilee year as a gift of grace to be experienced through pilgrimages, indulgences, living testimonies of faith. Oh, shoot now. He invites the community to partake in a transformative journey, fostering a deeper connection with their spirituality in the global community. If I didn't know it better, this sounds like, and then remember we heard that the Most High is talking about the sickle. It sounds like this is the harvest and he's gathering. Now, if you don't take his opportunity, don't you go and complain and say how bad the Most High is when he's giving you an opportunity. In response, pilgrimage during 2025, they're saying all these things about their stuff. And that's crazy, right? Look what they charging people. Almost $5,000 for two people. Almost $5,000 for two people to go to the Vatican when the Most High has so much more in store for you. Understand that that's not, pilgrims is not a temporary move. That's the real deal. That's the Most High saying, this is me. This is the real thing. How many of you are going to listen? Somebody been asking. Somebody been worrying. Somebody been scared. What you scared for? Ain't nothing worse than dying. Oh, wait. Yes, there is. There is something worse than dying. You know what's worse? Dying knowing you had the opportunity to serve the Most High and that He wanted you to live longer, but you refused. That's worse. That's worse. Jubilees 23. Did I put it on the screen? Excuse me. I apologize. I got all these things here. All right. Thank you. Jubilees 23. And this was 11th row. Okay. Jubilees 23. Starting from, I'll start from verse 10. It says, For Abraham was perfect. I want you guys to get those footnotes too if you want. For Abraham was perfect in all his actions, in all of his actions with the Lord, and was pleasing through righteousness all the days of his life. And behold, he did not complete 4 jubilees in his life until he grew old, and the presence of evil in his days were full. In all of the generations which will arise henceforth, and until the day of the great judgment, will grow old quickly before they complete 2 jubilees. And their knowledge will forsake them because of their old age. And all of their knowledge will be removed. And in those days, if a man will live a jubilee and a half, they will say about him, he prolonged his life. But the majority of his days were suffering and anxiety and affliction. And there was no peace, because plague came upon plague, and wound upon wound, and affliction upon affliction, and evil report upon evil report, and sickness upon sickness, and every evil judgment of this sort, one with another, sickness and downfall, and sleet and hail, and frost and fever, and chills and stupor. You know what stupor is, right? Can I show you? Stupor. Yeah, stupor. It's to be foolish. It's that word going back to confusion, not understanding, confused. Stupor and famine, death and sword, and captivity and all plagues and suffering. And all of this will come in the evil generation which sins in the land. Pollution and fornication and contamination and abomination are their deeds. Then they will say, The days of the ancients were as many as 1,000 years and good. But behold, as for the days of our lives, if a man should extend his life 70 years, or if he is strong for 80 years, then these are evil. What is the life expectancy now? 70 to 80. Do you see that because of sin, we're not allowed to grow old? Do you see that this is now? And there is not any peace in the days of this evil generation. Is it lying? Mm-mm. And in this generation, children will reproach their parents and their elders on account of sin. Is it lying? And on account of injustice, and on account of the words of their mouth, and on account of the great evil which they will do, and on account of their forsaking the covenant which the Lord made between them and himself, so that they might be careful and observe all his commandments and his ordinances. and of all his law without turning aside to the right or left. For they all did evil, and every mouth speaks of sin, and all their deeds are polluted and abominable. In all their ways are contamination and pollution and corruption. Behold, the land will be corrupted on account of all their deeds, and there will be no seed of the vine, and there will be no oil because of their works are entirely faithless. Make sure those works come with what? Faith without works is dead. Right? So you must have faith behind your works. And your works must say you have faith. Pilgrim is the greatest way to say I have faith, by the way. And all of them will be destroyed together, beasts, cattle, birds, and all the fish of the sea on account of the sons of man. Some of these will strive with others, youth with old men, and old men with youths, the poor with the rich, the lowly with the great, the beggar with the judge concerning the law and the covenant, because they have forgotten the commandments and the covenant and the festivals and the months and the Sabbaths and the jubilees and all of the judgments. And they will stand up with bow and swords, and war in order to return them to the way. But they will not be returned until much blood is shed upon the earth by each group. And those who escape will not be turned back from their evils to the way of righteousness, because they will lift themselves up for deceit and wealth, so that one shall take everything of his neighbor, and they will pronounce the great name, but not in truth or righteousness. And they will pollute the Holy of Holies with their pollution and with their corruption of their contamination. And there will be a great plague upon the deeds of the generation from the Lord, and he will give them to the sword and to judgment and to captivity and to pillage and destruction. And he will rouse up against them the sinners of the nations who have no mercy or grace for them, and who have no regard for any persons, old or young or anyone, for they will be cruel and powerful, so that they will act more evilly than any of the sons of men. And they will cause turmoil in Israel and sin against Jacob, and much blood will be shed upon the earth, and there will be no one who will gather and no one who will bury. In those days they will cry out and call and pray to be saved from the hand of sinners, the Gentiles, but there will be none who will be saved. And the heads of children will be white with gray hairs. Ooh, my goodness. And the infant 3 weeks old will look aged. And like one whose years are 100, and their stature will be destroyed by affliction and torment. And in those days children will begin to search the law and to search the commandments, to return to the way of righteousness. And the days will begin to increase and grow longer. Among those sons of men, generation by generation, year by year, until their days approach 1,000 years, and a greater number of these years than days. And there will be no old men, none who is full of days, because all of them will be infants and children, and all of their days they will be complete, and live in peace and rejoicing. And there will be no Satan and no evil one who will destroy, because all of their days will be the days of blessing and healing. Then the Lord will heal his servants, and they will rise up and see great peace. And they will drive out their enemies, and the righteous ones will see and give praise. Rejoice forever and ever with joy, and they will see all of their judgments and all of their curses among their enemies. And their bones will rest in the earth, and their spirits will increase joy. And they will know that the Lord is an executor of judgment, but he will show mercy to hundreds and thousands and all who love him. And you, Moses, write these words, because thus it is written and set upon the heavenly tablets as a testimony for eternal generations. Brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters, brothers and sisters. This is the time. This is the time. I mean, how exciting. How exciting, brothers and sisters, to know that it's the Jubilee. How exciting to know this is the year of the Pilgrim's Hope. Pilgrims of Hope. I will do a lesson in the future about a thorough Jubilee. Some things to expect, but isn't this beautiful? But I want you to remember, you see, this was all about the golden age, and Donald Trump is trying to get the world to look at him in the United States. Notice how he said he wants to invite people from different nations. But it's not about you, it's about the Most High. It's about the Most High setting his people free, relieving them of stress, of pain, of hardship. It's about relieving them from bondage, spiritually, mentally, physically, and emotionally. I know, I know, this is tough. Some of you have heard this and maybe don't like it. Some of you have heard this and maybe are encouraged. It's one of the tough parts about a minister. Sometimes I say, Most High, don't make me teach this, because if someone don't listen, that means that's their judgment. But I hope that you do take heed. I know some people out there who are hurting. I know some of you are crying inside. Maybe you hide your tears from others. I know some of you are acting tough and just hoping that things will get better. In the same situation you're in, hoping for loved ones and family to change, and they're never going to change. I know that many of you, if not all of you, are scared to make a move for the Most High. Well, I can tell you this. You make a move for the Most High, because if the Most High really wants you, guess what? He's going to give you the foot, and he's going to make you move. So there's always two choices. Either move willingly or move with tears and say, man, that hurt, Most High. Your choice. But this is the time where all the pilgrims of hope arise. Why do you think I did those lessons, Isaiah 11:11? I knew the time was coming. I knew, and the Most High said, hey, we'll start doing these lessons now. I knew. Remember, you're a pilgrim of hope. You don't have to see things to believe it. You hear the word of God. You build your faith by hearing the word of God, reading these beautiful scriptures. This is a Jubilee year coming up. This is a Jubilee. Very special time. So, if this lesson is for you, the Most High is telling you, get off your high. Remember, He's calling you to be a pilgrim of hope. Why? Because you have no idea what's coming, but He does. And only Remnant will survive. Sure.
It's cold in this world, I might not live forever. I'm dying to live heavenly endeavor. I came from never, my worst was my better. Searching for help on the road of forever. I struggled and I cried, smiled as I died. Wake in the morning, there's a funeral inside. Satan tried to bury me. 6 levels under, 6 people tried and cut 6 ways asunder. I feel I am chosen, but many won't listen. People's words say one things and actions scream different. I'm a student of Christ, His gospel I attend. Champions carry crosses straight and narrow to ascend. We start with many, but champions end alone. Try the voices, they either push you down or push you home. You want the crown, heavy as the head that seeks it. Champions of Christ, He makes the world believe it. Champions finish strong and tend to walk alone. They want to party in this world, but I'm walking home. Home to the kingdom, new earth and Eden. Life is a statement, so how are you pleading? Plead with your life, eternal transactions. A failed bank statement was caused by distractions. Some got the call and then dropped the ball. They chose to be Aaron instead of changing Paul. Luke 9:62, believe we settled that. We on the path to the kingdom, no looking back. Outcast to the world, normal to the eye. Ways of the world